Exposing the grift, Asmongold doesn't understand DEI and affirmative action. What is the FD video about the Kevin Hart roast instead? Nah, I'd rather make y'all watch Asmongold. It's funnier. I watched Noah video real quick. It was on Asmon. I did see in the Discourse, they wanted Noah put out a video about Ethan Klein lawsuit. It's the shortest video.
It's official.
So maybe we'll get to this in a little bit later. But I will make you watch this. You bring Nix to watch us. No. Nix is downstairs with my mother.
Lord of the Fleas has blessed us with yet another shit take on Twitter, this time alleging that black people benefit from systematic racism. We're going to debunk this nonsensical claim. And this time, I'll try to be as brief as I can for old double-digit IQ here, because my last video was too long for him. So I'll have to re-explain the start-stop buttons for you, Zach, because you were too pussy to respond to my previous video, where I cooked your monkey ass for over an hour. You know, the one where your excuse for ducking me was, "An hour is too long for me to grift." That's like 12 large Dr. Peppers, and even I can't rot my teeth out with that much. Isn't it strange how
He said 12 long Dr. Peppers. It's funny. That's just funny. That made me laugh.
you respond to the video where I barely talk about you at all, where you lied and claimed I called you racist the whole video?
That's sad. Wow, mic drops, I know. So basically, this guy spent his entire video calling me racist.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
So that was a fucking lie.
But the video where I spent the length of a short film ramming my fist up your ass is the one you ran away from. So, since you missed it, red means shut the fuck up, I'm still talking. Green means it's your turn to speak. You seem to have difficulty understanding when someone hasn't finished making a point, so I have to get elementary on your ass. You are low IQ after all. Anyway, a few days ago, Zachariah here posted this tweet in response to Joe Bartolozzi refuting the claim that black people are more likely to commit crimes than white people. Let's have a listen.
Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism. They've been given a shit hand and therefore live in that shit hand and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive. If you were to take a group of people and put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be. But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you're fucking racist. Yes, whatever statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence.
I wonder what Asmongold is going to say to this. I'm sure he's going to have some insightful commentary to this entire conversation. You know? He's going to be like, wow. Yeah.
Not because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid.
So, Joe is obviously correct, but his argument can do with a bit of cleaning up, and that's what I'm here for. What Joe is referring to is the correlation of poverty and crime. This is a very well understood phenomenon that those placed under economic strain, limited opportunities, and weakened social structures often resort to property and violent crime. A large body of criminology and sociology research has found a consistent relationship between poverty, inequality, and crime across many different countries and ethnic groups. Studies from the United States, Indonesia, Latin America, Europe, and cross-national datasets all show that areas with higher poverty.
Don't say compulsory feedback given back to the boys. Okay, I have to say something, right? If I don't say anything, then it's gonna be like, why am I even here? You know what I mean? I have to do the admin cool where you have to chime in every now and then to be like, yeah, right. The episode's almost over. Okay, I'm almost done with the episode. Okay, I'll give your insightful commentary after the episode is complete and finished. Anyway, enjoy admin cool.
Unemployment and economic deprivation tend to experience higher rates of certain crimes, particularly violent and property crime. A 2021 study published in the NLM found that more unequal societies tend to have higher crime, as well as lower social trust. Interestingly, the study also found that the more equal the distribution of resources, the higher the trust equilibrium, and that increasing punishment severity is not effective at this goal. And that particular piece of information relates to our pal Pigpen here, where he has routinely argued for more severe punishment. Looks like the science disagrees with him. Surprise, surprise. Anyway, similar findings have appeared in studies examining crime in Mexico, Indonesia, Canada, and across the European Union, like this one here, where it's shown that people who are at risk of poverty report experiencing higher crime in their local area. So you see, this pattern is global and not unique to any ethnic group. Poor communities in parts of Eastern Europe and impoverished regions in Asia all experienced elevated crime rates compared to the wealthier populations around them. The same socioeconomic mechanisms observed in poor Black American neighborhoods are observed worldwide amongst people of entirely different ethnicities and cultures. Even the white supremacist's favorite non-white country, Japan, experiences higher crime rates when poverty and unemployment rates rise, as shown in this study. Moving slightly west, South Korea is experiencing what they call a silver crime wave, where the rise of poverty and its aging population has seen a commensurate rise in crime. All of this does not mean poverty mechanically causes every individual to commit crime, nor does every poor community become highly violent. But the broader statistical relationship between resource deprivation and crime appears repeatedly across continents and populations. This is why many scholars argue that racial disparities in crime are better understood through the lens of concentrated poverty, inequality, historical segregation, and access to opportunity, rather than race itself. The reason Black people are associated with crime in the United States is because Black Americans have historically faced disproportionate levels of concentrated poverty, segregation,
and racism. Compulsory commentary given back to the boys.
underinvestment, and systemic exclusion from economic opportunity, conditions that criminologists and sociologists have repeatedly linked to higher crime rates across every population on Earth, regardless of ethnicity. Once Black American slaves were freed, they immediately faced discrimination, a lack of economic opportunities, exclusion from wealth-building institutions, segregated housing, unequal education, targeted policing, and widespread racial violence. Each of those things on their own contribute to poverty, which I have just proven correlates with crime. Black people were subjected to all of them at the same time. The United States created a permanent underclass in the form of Black Americans by freeing formerly enslaved people without providing meaningful economic restitution, equal protection under the law, or fair access to housing, education, and employment, while
There's actually a good analysis. This is a very solid analysis of like the historical context and ramifications of the Emancipation Proclamation that freed the slaves. Or like it's very, very good and well thought out analysis. And it's correct, right? Down to like the permanent underclass, like declaration. That's what Black Americans are used at in this country. You know, where there has been examples of other ethnic groups being given reparations for the harm that they have faced for their oppression, but not for Black Americans, specifically because the goal was to keep, Black Americans as the underclass to be exploited in other ways, even if on paper they were freed from slavery. That's true.
Simultaneously enforcing systems that kept many Black communities segregated, impoverished, and politically marginalized. So, pop quiz, ass on mold. What do you do when you don't have access to decent education, can't get a job, live in a slum, and can barely feed yourself? Statistically, you turn to crime. It's not a Black thing, it's a human thing. So this is what Joe was trying to communicate, that Black Americans face conditions that overwhelmingly correlate with higher crime rates, and that this is due to systemic racism. All those factors I just named were racist, and all of them were systemic. Redlining, or the process of systematically denying minority communities access to mortgages, loans, and investment based on their race, helped trap many Black Americans in impoverished and underdeveloped neighborhoods for generations. That is obviously racist, that is systemic because it was a government-sponsored organization that invented this, and it was legal. Systemic racism. The main way a family in the United States builds wealth is through real estate. If you own a home, you generally pass that home down to your children, and since your children are now not required to use the majority of their income for housing, they are able to save, invest, pursue education, start businesses, and accumulate wealth more easily themselves, creating a compounding cycle of generational wealth. If you routinely deny Black families the opportunity to own valuable real estate, you rob them of the opportunity to create generational wealth.
What is the racial wealth gap and why is everyone talking about it? The racial wealth gap is a measure of wealth inequality between racial groups in the US. Here's a prime example. Black families make up 14% of the population but own only 5% of American wealth, while white households make up 65% of the population but control 80% of the wealth. The gap traces back to the 1863 Emancipation Proclamation, which led to freedom for almost 4 million Black Americans. By 1860, their labor accounted for 60% of U.S. exports, $200 million a year, where Black Americans received nothing. No land, no money. Without any money or land, how could newly free Black Americans create wealth? The second barrier to building wealth, housing discrimination.
One significant driver to the racial wealth gap, as I mentioned before, is going to be homeownership. Homeownership is a significant driver of wealth, whereby every year of homeownership, homeowners gain about $14,000 in equity. Conversely, if you don't have access to homeownership, you don't have access to that type of equity and that cushion that you could get from having money saved from homeownership.
Housing discrimination allows banks to deny home loans to the Black community through a practice called redlining.
Yes, redlining. Bad, not good. Compulsory commentary given. Now back to the boys. That was done. Insightful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Redlining was a government-sponsored practice of denying mortgages and other financial services to segregated Black and brown neighborhoods. It's called redlining because bankers literally drew red lines around undesirable communities. One Black household in a middle-class community was enough to make the federal government deny mortgage loans in that area. As a result, Black families turned to predatory lenders or were shut out from home ownership completely.
We just keep having to fight battles. But a lot of the things that have happened to Black folks in America were orchestrated and they were legal. They were systemic. I mean, it wasn't like it just happened that way. It was designed to be that way.
And like all forms of systemic racism, the downstream effects are seen in the modern day. And by the way, this is the United States Treasury website literally admitting one of the factors for this gap is due to the United States government. They are admitting their policies stifled Black home ownership. Systemic racism. Now, back to Zach's dumbass tweet. The first fucking line from this genius is that Black people benefit from systemic racism. Now, I know what Zach is trying to say here, that through policies like affirmative action, black people benefit, and that because affirmative action is a governmental policy, that is systemic. The problem with this line of logic is that it's not racism. Yes, affirmative action effectively produced outcomes where an equally qualified white man could be disqualified for an equally qualified black man, but this process also held that an equally qualified white woman would be chosen over an equally qualified black man. In fact, white women were the largest beneficiaries of DEI and affirmative action policies. So by definition and by practice, affirmative action wasn't a systemically racist policy because all ethnic groups benefited from that policy and it disproportionately affected gender. So it is a lie that affirmative action was racist. The best you could argue here is that it is somewhat discriminatory towards white men, and white men specifically, because it literally benefits every single other group. And even then, that would be a lie, as affirmative action includes mandates for hiring veterans and people with disabilities. Both groups white men make up a significant portion. So no, affirmative action and DEI are not a form of systemic racism. And no, black people and other minority groups do not enjoy preferential treatment at the expense of white and Asian people. Like, are you unaware that Asians are a minority group in the United States too? Why would you group those two together, Zach? Are you referring to the ridiculous Supreme Court ruling Students versus Harvard? Setting that aside for the moment, what other areas are black and Hispanic people benefiting at the expense of Asian people besides the overstated college admissions issue? Give examples. I'm sure everyone would like to hear them, Zach. And please, be very specific.
I mean, yeah, there's no shot he watches this video. There's no shot he watches this video. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Unless he already has. In which case, I'm slightly curious about what his reaction was. Because it came out 3 days ago. So, it's possible. Also, yes. Compulsory commentary given. Now back to the boys. It's almost done.
Back to the Supreme Court issue, we currently have a compromised Supreme Court that is doing its damnedest to implement overwhelmingly conservative policies and rulings, and these rulings almost always come at the expense of black Americans. Its ruling in Students v. Harvard was a joke because the prosecution's claim hinged on the idea that American institutions like Harvard already operate on a level playing field, which we know they don't. At Harvard specifically, there are legacy admissions, donor preferences,
Did he? That sounds like a very Asmongold thing to do.
Working advantages and wealth inheritance that disproportionately benefit white students. Somehow, the group suing Harvard ignored all of that to focus on the 18% of the class of 2027 who were black. 18%. This number decreased to 14% after the Supreme Court's ruling. The Asian cohort went from 37% to 37%, literally zero change to them, but a 4% drop in black student admission, which, if you haven't been paying attention, is the fucking goal. The group that sued Harvard, Students for Fair Admissions, headed by this guy, Edward Blum, who has dedicated his entire career to dismantling progress in racial equality and specifically black representation. Bush versus Vera, a Supreme Court case against redistricting in Texas that sought to increase racial minority representation in Congress. Fisher versus University of Texas, another Supreme Court case regarding affirmative action in a college. Shelby County versus Holder, a Supreme Court case concerning pre-clearance, or the right of the federal government to approve of voting law changes of certain states that had a history of racial discrimination, i.e., the South. This one was important because it resulted in a landmark decision that allowed historically racially discriminant states in the South to fuck with voter ID laws, removing the most effective protection against racial voter suppression. Doesn't that sound familiar? The legacy of Edward Blum. That's this guy's entire goal, to roll back civil rights protections, especially those that affect or benefit black people. Just like I pointed out in my last video, it's a strange coincidence everything Zach promotes is backed by some white guy whose life goal is to shit on black people. So this is why Zach said white and Asian
Well, I mean,
Americans
it kind of makes sense because Asmongold, some white guy who's like goes to shit on black people. So, like, you know, good company.
his tweet, because like most people that promote white supremacist rhetoric, he's weaponizing Asian people against black and Hispanic people in the United States. This is a very common tactic known as the model minority myth. Zach nor Edward Blum give a flying fuck about Asian people. Asians are just a pawn in their game, a game that, when that game is won, will be turned against Asians. And unfortunately, some of them are too fucking stupid to recognize that.
But I want to be free. And I just got to be free. Yeah. But I want to be free.
It's happening. I am getting sued by Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, millionaire and host of the H3 podcast, has sued me for defamation. Here's the complaint. It's 31 pages, and I'm getting sued. About a year ago, I released this video, The YouTubers Who Backed the Genocide. And in response, Ethan Klein immediately began threatening to sue me. Then, a year later, just 2 days before the statute of limitations,
I didn't lie, chat. I'm almost done, okay? Nobody told this freaking outro to be a bajillion years long. I'm almost done. Speaking of getting solidarity, you see my rep win by 15 points last night. Is that Chris Rabb? I didn't see what the final tally was. I just saw his projected total win. We'll cover the Rabb election. Maybe a few other a progressive election W's. After I finished my boys episode. It's almost done. It's the last episode. Hold on, I'm almost done.
was up, Klein filed his lawsuit. In the complaint, Klein alleges that I defamed him by falsely painting him as a supporter of the genocide of Palestinians. The complaint presents 6 allegedly defamatory statements, including the title and thumbnail of my video, and it makes several claims related to statements made about Israel, Palestine, atrocity propaganda, Nakba denialism, misinformation, and more. There's a lot of stuff in this thing. It's 31 pages. For now, all I can say about the lawsuit itself is that I think Ethan's claims are meritless, and I intend to defend against them. But to do this, I need your help. A full-length defamation trial can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I don't have that. So I started a GoFundMe. It's linked in the description and the pinned comment. You can also find it by searching Klein v. Samson on the internet. I set the goal at $200,000, but any funds we raise above this goal will be donated immediately to Palestinian aid. And any money that goes unused or is recuperated once legal proceedings conclude will also be donated. Last year, around the time of Ethan's initial lawsuit threats, we did a fundraiser for UNRWA, an organization that provides aid to Palestinian refugees, and we raised over $500,000. So
Okay, I finished the episode. I have thoughts. I won't share them.
it would be cool if we could do something like that again. I'll be hosting a fundraising live stream this Friday, May 22nd, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's a marathon stream, so it will go for 4 days straight, maybe longer. We'll have lots of guests calling in to hang out, play games, or do tier lists or whatever else. So far, we've got FD Signifier, Boy, Big Joel, Denims, iDubbbz, Frogan, Elliot Sang, Chris Kunzler, Overzealots, Spooky Scary Socialist, Ahmed Sarsor, Colormind, Oli Sunvia, Cavernacle, and more. We'll have lots of fun donation goals. You may get to see me chug a gallon of milk, take a pie to the face, wax my legs, cosplay your favorite influencers, do the hot chip challenge, run a marathon, and more. We'll have the wheel going as well, like we did during the last fundraiser. And for the grand finale, if we hit $500,000, I will ride a bike 120 miles from San Diego to Hassan Piker's house to beg him for more money. Klein v. Samson, GoFundMe, link in bio. Donate to help defend free speech on YouTube, and send money to Palestinian aid as well while we do it. Thanks for watching. See you on Friday.
I missed half of that, but I assume Ethan Klein sucks. So, W. I finished the boys episode. It was alright. It was okay. Uh, and it was bad. No, it wasn't bad. It literally was okay. I think it wasn't as bad as the rest of the season was. The rest of the season wasn't good. The season started off okay, got pretty bad, and then ended okay. I don't think it was unwatchable. You know what I mean? Did something happen this season? Honestly, barely. If we're being entirely honest, not really. But I won't spoil it. No spoilers. Um, I don't know. The finale made me chuckle a few times. So that's what I'll say. I covered this stuff. I covered this stuff already yesterday. I did want to see this, but it's like 50 minutes. Take for Bot Rising. Oh, I'm not. Oh, this is what I'll say. Actually, no, this is what I'll say. It's not a spoiler. I did make a tweet about the boys though. This person said, unpopular opinion. Soulja Boy was a great father figure. He just had an aggressive way of showing it. If Huey had a dad like that, he wouldn't have been so soft. Agree or disagree? And then my tweet was, in an effort to do political commentary, but having the inability to do it to properly commit, the boys end up becoming what it's satirizing: propaganda to sanitize horrible, bigoted people. The Boys Season 5 is an obvious attempt to market their new Vault Rising spinoff about the original team, but in doing so, it retroactively ruins a lot of its work constructing these characters in the first place. Stormfront being a Nazi and Soulja Boy a blatant racist are almost entirely absent from this season, and it actually works to rehabilitate their image and humanize them with no accountability for their actions. All in all in an effort to sell more media, exactly like Vought would do. I could say some more. It might at some point, but it's disappointing. It is a disappointing creative choice. I don't think season 5 is unwatchable, but I think it does the rest. It doesn't do the rest of the series justice, and definitely not the black characters in the series. That's my take on the boys. Too nice. I mean, I don't think it was unwatchable. I don't think season 5 was unwatchable. I think it had some decent moments. I didn't like Frenchie. I didn't like freaking Starlight. I didn't like freaking. I didn't like half the cast. Okay, I didn't like half the cast season 5. If I'm being entirely real, who did I like? There's a different shit. Like, who did I like in this season? I didn't really like Huey. Huey was better in other seasons as well. Like, I don't know. Like, the season didn't really do anybody justice at all. I hated Sage. I hated Ashley the least. I mean, Ashley at least had a little bit of a character arc. Slightly, barely. But every time Ashley was on the screen, I at least enjoyed watching the show a little bit more. You know what I mean? Because like Ashley was a fun character to watch. You know what I mean? But I can't say any more without spoiling. But I like A Train. A Train was fun in the season. Is it because he's black? Yes. Yes, it is. Tell me how Starlight fell off. I can't tell you without spoiling it. So, but you didn't like Sage? If you watch season 5 and tell me you like Sage, you're lying. If you watch The Boys show and tell me you like Sage, you're lying. Genuinely. There's no. They tried to make like an Asmodeus character and they just completely failed. How about Noir 2? Same as the rest of the cast, just shafted by the writers. Also, I'm gonna stop talking about it because y'all are gonna walk around spoiling stuff for the people who haven't seen it yet. So stop spoiling stuff. That's why I don't talk about these things, because y'all don't know how to talk about media without dropping spoilers. When are they still doing The Boys Mexico? I hope not. I hope they ended here. I hope they cancel Bot Rise. That's my take. I hope they cancel Bot Rising. I don't think Bot Rising is a good idea. I think it's a bad idea. I think genuinely that is the choice that ruined season 5. The Boys is about like it's a political satire about how superheroes would exist in the real world, right? And they fell a bit too on the nose at some point. But like as I said in my tweet, The Boys show in Amazon became exactly like what they're satirizing by creating Vought Rising, right? Like that is a plot line in the show, right? Like Vought making a rehabilitation show for its characters as propaganda for their bad behavior to change public perception and to sell toys is literally exactly what The Boys says in like season 2. That is a plot point in the season. And then you have Amazon and The Boys making a spin-off show about their racist Nazi characters, right? To sell more merchandise, right? And make more money rehabilitating their image. It's just dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. It was a bad creative choice. It was a poor creative choice. I don't think The Boys show itself is bad. Right? I think it floundered a lot. Right? But again, I've seen bad media. You know what I mean? I've seen bad shows. The Boys is like from like not good to meh, right? I'll give it like a 4.5, right? To maybe 5 as an entire show. It's mid as a property. It's kind of like Heroes is a good example of this. What's another example of this? Honestly, it's a little bit about how I feel about My Hero Academia. It's the Flash. But like the Boys at least had more watchable content than the Flash did. You know what I mean? To be entirely fair, like proportionally. You know, like the Flash went on for like 9 seasons and only 3 were good. The Boys went on for 5 seasons and like 2.5 were good. You know, so like proportionally, half of The Boys was a decent watch, and like only objectively speaking, less than a third of The Flash was. You need to crash on The Boys like you did the Speed Force scene. Oh, I will. Once some time passes, I have thoughts about the finale or in the final scenes that I could crash out about. You know what I mean? I don't want to say it because the finale just came out, so I won't spoil it. But I do have things that I could say. It won't get me on the level of the lightning swords because that was stupid and dumb. But would you crash out? I haven't seen The Flash. Somebody could find the clip of me crashing out about it. It's on Twitch. It's one of my most watched clips because it was my streamer awards clip. Also, Dudeberg, thank you for the 32 months. I realize that there's probably people in here who haven't seen that clip. They're irredeemable. It's kind of like The Boys, but I kind of enjoyed it a lot more. I didn't read it. I did see a YouTube video recently about it with like, this guy is worse than Homelander in the title or something. And I was like, let me see. And honestly, like, I mean, I guess. Like, sure. Like, you know, if you like mathematically speaking, I guess. Anyway, that's The Boys conversation. I won't, you know, we won't spend too much more time on it. But I have my takes. Evil Superman trope is so overdone. I agree. It wasn't originally overdone, but it's been done so much that it's now overdone. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, like giving black superheroes lightning power. You know? Like it wasn't a cliche until it became a cliche. If Butcher and Homelander had lightsaber fight at the end, it would be different. Shh, no spoilers. How did you know? How did you know? Is a bottom? No, Flash is the top. Reverse Flash is the bottom. Flash is a bottom. No, Flash is the top. Reverse Flash. This was 3 years ago. Oh my goodness, I feel old. The bottom, but apparently they're both switches because now. Originally, the reverse Flash was the bottom, and the Flash was the bottom, and the reverse Flash was the top, and the Godspeed is sandwiched in the middle of the two men. So it was like a three-man sandwich. What sense does this make? Please, somebody explain to me how this could even happen, and why are they even fighting with swords in the first place? You have super speed, and you have time travel. Why is any of this an issue? None of this makes any sense. Please, somebody explain this to me. How can this go on for 2 more seasons? It's true. How can this go on for 2 more seasons? Please, somebody explain. I was right. It's actually a most viewed clip. I think it's because someone posted this on, I think, LSF. And so this got boosted artificially.
It's almost like it's a race to the bottom.
Excuse me. I'm already here. Okay? There's no race to the bottom. I am the bottomest of bottoms. I am. Wait. Oh my. It could have been a scene from The Boys, honestly. Oh yeah. This is a scene for The Flash.
Barack Obama, it will almost be an honor to kill you. You will not escape. Grodd will complete his mission. Time to make America Grodd again.
That's not real, Jack. The scene is real. The voiceover is not real. The voiceover is not real. You guys think that at the exact same time? I thought it was. I don't think it is. I don't think they wrote "It's time to make America Grodd again." Pretty sure it is. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. To be fair, I didn't see Legends of Tomorrow, so like maybe it is. Like, let's see. It's time to make America Grodd again. Wait, okay, this is a scene that was posted by Warner Bros. Entertainment 7 months ago.
Plot a course for...
Pardon me, Captain Lance, but we are receiving an urgent call from Mr. Hunter.
You good? Gideon, put him on.
The Bureau needs backup. Grodd's going after Barry.
Well, that explains the time turbulence.
Flash is always in trouble. It's kind of his thing.
Not that particular Barry.
Barack Obama, it will almost be an honor to kill you.
He does not say, make America great again.
You will not escape. Grodd will complete his mission. Time to make America Grodd again.
He does not say that. This is not real. I don't even believe it. It was posted by the official Warner Bros. Entertainment channel. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe this is the actual real scene that actually exists in an actual show that was written, right, or pitched, written in script, like acted out, and directed, edited, produced, and then actually shown to test audiences, and then like put out there. If you watch The Flash, you know it's real. I've watched The Flash, but this is further crazy. Like I this is more crazy than anything that I've seen in The Flash. And you know that I crash out about The Flash all the time. You know what I mean? Gorilla Grodd traveling back in time to like kill Barack Obama because he wants to make America Grodd again. And that is a lie that he says in the show. As a producer, people spent months on a studio making a gorilla. There was mocap for this. There's voice acting for this.
Clearly you have some grievances. Well, perhaps we can look for a common ground. Or not.
Yes, resist. You will only prolong your suffering.
You think Obama put this in his you think Obama put this in his biography? And this is a real thing that happened? Or did they go back in time and erase this from the timeline? This actually could have happened to him. Who knows?
Should have wasted your hairy ass in Nan.
Run, Barry, run!
Okay. They did it. Did they do all of this for the what Run and Barry Run line? I don't believe they did all of this for the Run Barry Run line. Just as a callback to like the Flash being named Barry Allen. That's would be a wild reason to script this section. And it's a callback that only people who have seen the Flash and are integrally aware of the Flash will understand and get.
A hairless ape who fights with fire. How primitive. Grodd will destroy you. You're dead.
Nice work. Let's get him back to the ship.
Yeah, come on, teeny tiny Grodd. I think we still have some chew toys left over from the saber-tooth tiger.
Yeah, I know Brock equals Bear. That's just crazy. I do partially want to see Fantano's reaction to the Drake albums. But before that, we can get into the Chris Rabb win. Mia's been, I think, for the 20 months. And he won handedly too. Like, it wasn't even like particularly close. Okay, freaking New York Times. Okay, is there Hold on, where is it at? Where's it at? House races, Pennsylvania. Here. They won't ask me for freaking payment. First dump showed him. First dump showed a 10 up on him. Must have been selection interference. True. True indeed. But like, oh, there's still 12,000 votes to be cast yet, but who really knows? But it started off with Allah. I think that's gonna say name. Ahead by a few points, and then I saw my entire Twitter timeline freaking out. Like they were freaking out. They were like, "Oh, it's so over. What does this mean? It's over. Oh no, it's cooked. It's cooked." And it was like 10% in. I was like, "People understand early votes." No, I think people even do understand early votes. It's just like it's very easy to be pessimistic about like elections for like progressives, and I make sense. I understand that. But when votes started to come in, I said this in my Discord as well. I said, here's what I said. When it was 31% in, and Rab was like, not 31, sorry, before that. No, it was 31. So when Rab pulled it forward, it was 31% in. And then it was like, Alice Stanford was at 36.3%. Rab was at 32.1%, and then Sheriff Street was at 29.4%. Rab just kept closing the gap in, right? After the early vote had already come in. And so, Sheriff Street was not going to close the gap in like beating Rab. And Alice Stanford was going to lose a lot of support because of how poorly she did leading up to the election. So it was kind of like, at this point, it was kind of like a shoo-in for Rab in the first place. Right? And once he overtook them, like there was like not really that much of a path to their victory. And that's when it was like 38% in. He jumped up to 35%. And the lead just kept growing and growing and growing there. Where he was up to 44%. And he's projected winner of the primary. Crazy thing about Grod's like Obama trying to make America Grod again, that Obama doesn't even know what MAGA is at this point. He's just making the joke just for himself. Oh, that's really funny. That is true. Street campaigning with our garbage mayor definitely hurt him. And Cory Booker. You didn't like street campaigning with Cory Booker? You didn't like them being like one-way street? One-way street. One-way street. One-way street. One-way street. Senator Cory Booker starts to chant a get out to vote rally for PA03 candidate Sharif Street. There's only one way in that street. I say one way, you say street. One-way street. One-way street. Wait, you telling me this didn't work? You telling me Cory Booker couldn't activate people?
I'm not confused. I am not distracted. I am not deflected. I am not detoured. I know the way to go. There is only one way, and that's street. I say one way, you say street. One way. Street. One way. Street. One way. Street. Let's send this man to Washington.
I sent him back home, baby. Send this man back home. Anytime like Cory Booker takes an L, it's a W for me in my heart. In my heart of hearts. I thought from New Jersey was gonna push you to the finish line. You don't live here. I mean, you can't push anybody to the finish line. And this is what I was talking about yesterday. It's actually something that Hassan actually spoke to yesterday as well. And this is kind of why I wanted to bring this up. Hassan also talked about this in his coverage of this article that we talked about here yesterday as well. I can find it. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Copy.
From Geese Magazine that I think is a very interesting piece that was written about what Zoran must do. And I think it's going to be a discourse bomb in general. But hold on. Let me see if I can find it. So, yeah, about stations that need Mamdani. This is a warning to Zoran Mamdani. There is no socialism without black socialists. I think this.
Right. So we talked about this article as well. I want to see and watch Hassan's coverage of this article and see how it's a similar and different from the way we covered it here. I think it'll be interesting with popular discussion. And I think this election, Chris Rabb, and the way that he kind of ran away with this election kind of leads and gives credence to what the article was speaking about, right? And if you weren't here yesterday, I think they covered it, but it frustrated me because this is something we talked about months ago, Sean, in part. Yeah, but I think this is what I'll say. This is what I'll say. I've always been like, I'm critical of Hassan when Hassan missteps, but I've always said that Hassan never changes his mind in the moment because he's stubborn, right? Given time to reflect, right? He will take in new information and come to new conclusions. And I think this is an example of that happening, right? I think this is an example of Hassan, taking in new information and coming around to the conclusion of the stuff we've been talking about here, right? And so I'm not going to chastise him for doing that. I saw a little bit of his coverage here. His coverage here was actually very good, right? Because I'm watching this because I want to give Hassan credit for how well I think he covered this issue, right? Because I think he did very well, right? I think it actually spoke to addressing a lot of the critiques that I had of the space and of Hassan and of the wider left as a whole, right? And we talked about this article specifically. And I think it's a good line to draw the hard B's. Yes, but it was actually in reference to what the chatters were saying. He's basically like, chatter, stop saying the hard B's the way y'all doing. So he was like calling the chat out for what they were doing. So I think he did well. I actually do think he did well here. He reined the chat in. He kept the chat in check. He covered his article pretty succinctly. Like he did well. I didn't chastise him on it either. I was just frustrated in the moment about how the chat was being. No, I completely understand. I am right there with you. Chat is coming out of Hassan on his stream, unproductive. Hassan checks his mentions on Twitter. That's where you can be constructive. Yeah, I do think that at a certain point, sometimes I think it's fine to try to correct Hassan when he missteps. That's why the dogpiling is not helpful. But I do think that in general, I do think Hassan does and can and has capacity to learn, which is why I don't have a problem with trying to get him to understand. So I know he can do. I know he does this very well. But on the article specifically, I think this article is validated by Chris Rabb's win here, right? Cory Booker and the Black political establishment is still seen as being powerful, right? As being too powerful to fail. And that if you want to win, you have to cozy up to the Black establishment. You have to cozy up to the Cory Bookers, the Hakeem Jeffries, right? To the Jim Clyburns, to the Kamala Harrises, right? And I think Chris Rabb winning here is very important to show that you don't need to do that, right? You don't need to do that. This is deeper than Zoran Mamdani specifically, but the wider left, you don't need to cozy up to the establishment in order to get the Black vote, right? You don't have to cozy up to the establishment to engage with Black people. You can do that by engaging them where they are, by speaking to them about their material concerns, right? Because these people don't have power. They are as unpopular as Nancy Pelosi to a certain extent, right? As unpopular as Joe Biden is, as unpopular as freaking, what's her face? Main lady, Susan Collins is. You know what I mean? The Black establishment is not that different, right? Jasmine Crockett tied herself to the black establishment and she lost. Right? Chris Rapp didn't, and he won. And so there's a lesson to be learned in that dynamic. Right? And that there is power to be built in speaking to the black working class and not tying yourself to the establishment, hoping to get to adhere to that the political power of that establishment. Because that power is also waning. Right? That power is not as strong as people like to pretend like it is. You know? And that includes the people in the power seat, right? The Maxine Waters, the Jim Clyburn, I don't know. There are a bunch of old freaking people in Congress. I can keep naming them. Right? Their power is waning. They had very little power to begin with anyway, but like their power is waning. There is power in the new generation of young working class black people. And even then, older working class black people will get in line to vote for black progressives, right? When the opportunity presents itself, right? Like older black people are not going to vote against Chris Rapp. They're not doing that. They're not going to vote for the Republican candidate to not let Chris Rapp win. No matter what, like the 3 people on Twitter say they're going to do, like the weird like Corey person or whatever on Twitter said he's going to do. They we're getting 81% shows it completely. They won't. Exactly. Right. So if we have enough mobilization in these communities and we get these candidates to speak to like black working class sentiment, especially for young people, and we can beat the establishment because they're already losing favor, right? Then the older people are going to fall in line. They will, inevitably. So Hassan sometimes watch other streamers before he watches before he streams. It's not possible that he also heard some of your criticism, taking it to heart, but kept you out of it because a chat has gone with you before. Yeah. I mean, Hassan has said that he's seen some of my critiques in some of my streams in the mornings. You never know what he's watching. But that's why I will always give Hassan credit when I think it's due, right? As always, like Hassan is like not like, you know, he's not Vosh. He's not like one of those like debate bro streamers. He's just not. You feel me? He will and can learn, and can do better, and he does. And I will give him credit when he does that. I am fair and magnanimous in that regard. Which one of you guys is a sock burner? Come clean now. Yeah. It's also why it's a little bit frustrating the way that like the audiences operate, including y'all sometimes. Where it's like the Hassan audience will like assume that Hassan wouldn't agree with my critique. You know what I mean? And so they'll try to defend Hassan on my behalf. Or there'll be some times where y'all try to defend me on my behalf. Where I tell you how to not do that stuff, right? So I try to rein that in when that happens. So like this is the way that Twitch culture works. Where it's just like, you know, just like don't do stuff like that. Ow. It hurts. That you're a prominent member of his community critique shoot. The critiques you have are going to be shared by a lot of other in the community, so he takes it in. That I was called out. No, I don't call anybody specifically out. They're trying to hear me instigating their takes. They fail every time because I did it the other day. Because it's known for that. They're known for that. They're on thin ice. But they do have insightful things to add here. Right? And they get away with it because they don't bring me up. They're smart and they learn to not bring me out. There's some chatters who used to be like, Sean said this thing, right, about you. Or they would say, you know, this is a critique that Sean has in, you know, his chat or whatever. Like, either to defend me or to antagonize against me, right? And that is some of y'all. That's why if you look up here, that's why I have my mentions on for Hassan's stream. That's what some of y'all be doing, right? I've been very clear. Like, you don't have to like people that I like or dislike the people that I like to be in here. And critiques are welcome, but you are not going to like use me as a proxy for your anger against these other people. That's where I draw the line. That it includes us on. Anyway, that's besides the point of the conversation. I want to talk about this discussion about why you should talk to and speak to Black socialists and why I think that's important. And look at Hassan's coverage of it. You swing you around like a sword. I mentioned you at Asmin's chat. True. Honestly, I'm surprised I'm not banned. Maybe so I've never chatted in there. Are you the Ebony Warrior? No, that's a different person. That's a different guy. I've been banned for years. Damn, I haven't been banned yet. He apparently preemptively banned other people, but not me. You know? Reviewing his own talk regularly as a form of content, but he does have his blind spots. I think it'd be interesting to navigate those. Yeah, how productive it would be though is up in the air. I think Hassan has his goals with his streams. I think it's fine. You know, I don't think it's like necessarily my role to specifically one educate Hassan on his blind spots, but also two to like, you know, impede on the content that he's trying to create. And so I also kind of want to, you know, do my own thing a little bit. But that's also besides the point. But I do want to get into this discussion.
This is one of the more important conversations that need to be taking place right now as far as like outreach efforts and as far as organizing efforts goes within socialist movements, within the socialist movement broadly. It's not just an electoralist argument, but it's also like, I think something that we need to fundamentally focus on to activate a lot of not only Black voters in general, but to just like try to bring as many.
Also, I'll be in the chat for this because somebody said, I think it was in my Discord, that the chat was wild during this section, and I am just curious about what they meant by that.
As many young Black Americans into this organization, into this movement in general, because I think that's unbelievably important.
Jasmine Crockett versus Clyburn endorsement happening at Al Green's race. I mentioned literally both of those people.
It will also diversify the.
Can I also say, sorry, I don't understand this endorsement poster. I can't tell who's endorsing who. I can't tell who's endorsing who. Is this a poster from Jim Clyburn endorsing Al Green, or is this a poster from Al Green endorsing Jim Clyburn? I can't tell. Did I make this poster? I don't know. I actually do not know. I think it's Jim Clyburn endorsing Al Green because Al Green is the subject of the thing here. But it's Al Green's name in the top, which makes it seem like it's coming from Al Green, right? It makes it seem like it's coming from like Al Green's team and his campaign. And Jim Clyburn is also like running for re-election when he comes back up for re-election. It's like terrible poster, by the way. Please fire your staff. Whoever's poster this is, I want you to fire them. Okay, wait. There's vote Al Green in the runoff. So it's Jim Clyburn endorsing Al Green. I just have to read the super fine print in the yellow to figure it out. Jeez Louise. Sorry, I got distracted by that insanity.
The coalition, it will diversify the goals of this coalition.
Is why, because I got into argument with the chatter. You can't say FD is a lib because you align with black nationalism. That's the funniest reason to call FD a lib for. I've seen people call FD a lib for a lot of things. That is the weirdest one I've ever heard. And I want to stop getting distracted because I do want to cover this.
Will also diversify the coalition. It will diversify the goals of this coalition, and it is important to, like, and I'm saying this directionally, like directly target young black voters in general. Okay. But this is about New York politics in particular. Okay. Zohran Mamdani, there's no socialism without black socialists. Zohran Mamdani's gained a lot from playing ball with black political establishment in New York, but if he wants to achieve his agenda in the long term, he must turn to the black socialist insurgents. It's Thursday, June 26th. The fresh winner of the Democratic primary, Zohran Mamdani, is a problem. Emblazoned on the front page of the New York Times, a story titled, Mamdani triumphed without a majority of black voters. Where does that leave them? The future mayor had won the Democratic primary without winning a majority of black precincts. Given the unmistakable footprint of black political power in New York City, this is a serious problem. It would be impossible to govern effectively without black New Yorkers as a key political constituency. So, after Mamdani lost a black vote during the primary, his black supporters got organized. Black New Yorkers mobilized through organizations like New York City DSA's Afro-Socialists and Socialists of Color Caucus. We grew here, and affinity groups like Africans with Zohran. People through parties ran fundraisers, canvassed throughout the city, focusing on predominantly black and brown neighborhoods such as Jamaica, Brownsville, and East Flatbush. Many of these volunteers were young, some even in their teens. These young people spoke with their parents, organized in their unions, and worked hard, successfully organizing their communities around the campaign.
This is like true and correct. And it worked very well, which is why Zohran Mamdani is always brought as like the quintessential example for like electoralism and like winning support of people. It worked extraordinarily well. You think Jim Clyburn will lose his seat? When he runs for re-election, I think there's a good chance he does lose his seat. Or he dies. Because he's like 85 years old. He's very old. So, and then he'll lose his seat, like definitely. Most assuredly. But I think there is a good chance that is going to see getting raised. Jim Clyburn? No, I think he's running for re-election. Unless I missed the South Carolina redistricting, which is very possible because they're happening literally everywhere. They're eliminating a lot of seats in the South. So it is possible that a seat's being erased. Oh, this just happened. Like just now, like today. Just in the South Carolina House just passed a 7ROD 2026 House map eliminating Jim Clyburn's seat. They just passed this today. It's going to the Senate now. Remember what I just told you like yesterday, chat, which is why posing up to the Democratic establishment, the black Democratic establishment, is meaningless because they cannot hold on to power. They can't. Right? So like posing up to the Jim Clyburns, right, is meaningless when like you have the Republicans who are gonna run out here and do this. They're still old guard. They're still establishment. And they don't have the power or the, the what's the word? Motivation to fight stuff like that. Right? So there's no benefit like trying to cozy up to them because they don't have any power. Right? They don't use the power, the gumption. I specifically didn't use gumption because I already used gumption yesterday. North Carolina was #1 gerrymandering state. Clyburn helped them like streeted in PA. Now he's losing his seat from the same gerrymander. Same gerrymandering. It's like the Tennessee thing or the Louisiana thing. 0 Dem seats soon in South Carolina. Yeah, it's just like, bro, it's so cooked. House Republicans voted to advance a plan to draw Jim Clyburn out of his district shortly before 1 a.m. this morning. The Senate is expected to start deliberations this afternoon, while the Richland County judge weighs in on the legality of the House process, which doesn't matter, because even if the county judge rules against it, they'll just send it up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's going to rule in their favor, like they literally just did. They just did it. It's cooked. How it's just legal. Well, when you control the courts, you control the laws, you know? And the Democrats, and keep in mind, the Jim Clyburns, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Kamala Harris's, they stood against hacking the courts. They stood against court abolition. They stood against these things. These Democrats stood against these things. They literally shot themselves in the foot, loaded the gun, cocked it back, and shot themselves in the other foot too. I forgot that Clyburn and Biden made sure South Carolina is the first primary state in the Dem primary. Now there's no Dems in South Carolina in office. Yeah, it's cooked. South Carolina was already cooked beyond Jim Clyburn, but like he wasn't intending to leave anyway, and now he's getting forced out. And this is a good example of like why these geriatric Dems, right, black or otherwise, are worthless holistically, because they refuse to leave, and now they're being pushed out by the political process weaponized against them by Republicans. Their way of politics doesn't work, which is why, the way this article says, posing up to them and trying to curry favors with them also does not work. It can't work. What's the difference between that and Ruth Bader Ginsburg? None. Yeah. I mean, the difference is that she died in office, right? So at the very least, there was a special election that could have. Wait, no, Ruth Bader Ginsburg is not no. I said Dianne Feinstein, who also died in office. Gosh darn it! There's so many of them. There's so many of them who died. I got confused. She's the Supreme Court justice. No, I'm thinking of Dianne Feinstein, who also died in office. This just keeps happening. And only for us, by the way. It's only for the Democrats. Only for the Democrats. The Republicans, for some reason, seemingly have drunken the children's blood and become immortal. And only the Democrats are the people who are dying in office. Before old Dems die every year. Yeah. They like 5 have happened this session. Remember that stupid Colbert thing with Ruth Bader Ginsburg that the gym only heard a croak at the absolute worst time possible. And then I did see a post recently where like they're like, remember when Ruth Bader Ginsburg's push-up instructor was doing push-ups outside of her casket? I'm like, that is so insane. Her push-up instructor was doing push-ups outside of her casket at her funeral. This is a clown country, bro. Clown country. I mean, okay, now I have to show it to you. Clown country. We live in a clown country. It's like he walked. Yeah, he's like press Rob. He walked up to the coffin, and it was like press A to pay your respects, and then press B to do push-ups. And he was like, obviously, I probably press A, and his fingers slipped. He's like, boop. He's like, it's like, oh wait, no, didn't mean to do that. I pressed the wrong one. Pressed the wrong one. It's so silly. It's so silly. Would Klein have the confidence to do that? Actually, that would be funnier. But yeah, like these people, they don't have any actual power. So actually currying favor with them, like, won't do anything. And so she had a black trainer, to be honest. You know, these old people. She probably hit him a few times or something. I don't know. Apparently, he charged her for that session as well. Stop. I respect that. That's hilarious. I'm gonna believe that that's true.
Mamdani himself, meanwhile, prioritized building relationships with black establishment figures. Several local elected officials who had originally endorsed the disgraced Andrew Cuomo, like Assembly members Eric Dillon, Jordan Wright, switched teams once they saw the wind was behind Mamdani's sails. Mamdani also received a congratulatory call from President Barack Obama and even tepid endorsements from the former Vice President Kamala Harris and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. The result, in the general election, Mamdani improved his vote margin with black votes by a landslide. He had successfully brought the black political class into the affordability agenda. His efforts had worked. Then something happened. On the heels of Mamdani's November victory, black 27-year-old city council member Chiose Hasanabi head made a New York City DSA endorsement bid seeking the organization's support to challenge the seat of Hakeem Jeffries. During the primary and general election campaigns, Chiose was one of Mamdani's fiercest advocates, but he is also a political force in his own right. In 2021, Osei won his insurgent city council race without the support of Black Brooklyn political machine, instead winning his surprise victory by building a grassroots campaign not beholden to corporate interests and unabashedly progressive in its vision. At the endorsement forum, many of Mamdani's most ardent black volunteers called on New York City DSA members to vote yes and endorse Osei's candidate.
But it's also a good question. It's like, can you break down why establishment Dems say black people won't believe in socialism? It's because they don't believe in socialism and they're lying. Just having chat, someone saying that he shouldn't have gotten elected. Maybe, actually, I have no idea.
Candidacy, hoping his campaign could cohere a black socialist alternative to the establishment politics of Hakeem Jeffries in New York. Mamdani, however, urged members of New York City DSA to vote no, something that I also was against. He believed that the affordability agenda depended on support from important members of the Democratic establishment and would be compromised if New York City DSA challenged the House.
Had a time to speak at Howard, and he said he would love to, and somebody said that they would get their connects to talk to him. I want to see if he actually does it. Bro, hop off my turf, dog. I can't have nothing. I can't have nothing. If I go to Howard and I see Hassan speaking at Howard, I'm quitting, dog. I'm dropping out of the program. Yeah. Did he actually say that? Send me a link. Someone send me a timestamp. I need to see that. That's hilarious. That is so funny. That is so funny. I don't think he actually knows that I'm going to Howard, but that's hilarious. That's really funny. That's really funny. And no one tell him, actually. That'd be actually hilarious if he just like shows up to Howard and I'm just there. You know what I mean? I'm just chilling there. Dream sniping. I said you should speak at Howard when Sean's there, and he read it and looked confused. Just two bros, being dudes at Howard. This is already in chat telling you you're going to Howard. It's true. He's life sniping you, yeah. Ah, so many times. That's actually really funny. Y'all should do a joint panel. Well, maybe if I do a panel with Hassan, they'll actually accept me into the PhD program. Gosh darn it. And then they'll feel bad about denying me from it. Debate him on stage.
House Minority Leader. Osei lost the endorsement vote by a slim margin. Osei's endorsement fight illuminated a key feature of Mamdani's political strategy for Black New Yorkers: protect the Black political establishment through favors and protection from challengers, and
he says, where he says,
we'll follow up with your team, but I know professors and clubs, both at Howard and Georgetown, would like to bring you out in the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak at, especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be...
Are you serious, bro? Okay. I have, for the people who don't know, I have to show this to you. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. Where's my phone at? Hold on. You might be thinking, Sean, why are you acting like that? Where does this come from? Where's it at? Guess where I'm going in the fall? Bro decided to step in on my turf, bro. That's crazy. I can't have nothing in this world, bro. It's you so bad. Exactly, bro. Yesterday, I was at the email about orgs. I'll do that, Howard. I'll take a look. Take a look. If I remember, remind me at the end of the stream. Like 2 days ago, Hassan said he wanted to quit streaming to become get a degree and become a professor. Right? I'm quitting streamer to get a degree and become a professor. Now he's saying that he wants to go speak at Howard in the fall. I'm going to Howard in the fall. Too many coincidences here. Yes, thank you. Is your last name Dwight? Yes. I don't want y'all calling me Sean Dwight, so I have to change it to the black there. He's gonna be taking classes with you. Anyway, I'm gonna run it back.
where he says,
we'll follow up with your team, but I know professors and clubs, both at Howard and Georgetown, would like to bring you out in the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak at, especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. You kidding me?
Yeah, he got the last PhD spot, bro. He took my spot in the PhD program.
he's a good man, where he says,
we'll follow up with your team, but I
the fat faith, thank you for the 2 months. Much appreciated.
know professors and clubs, both at Howard.
Oh yeah, we just on. Yeah. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. I literally did not even expect that. That's hilarious. Yo, your roommates? Oh God, no, I hate roommates. I haven't had a roommate in like 4 or 5 years, bro. Nix is my roommate. And she's already a mess. She's already a hassle. Imagine he goes there when you go. I mean, he will if he's going to speak in the fall. I'm going in the fall. That's where I'm going to be. And I assume he's going to speak to the political science people. You know what I mean? And guess what? Guess what program I'm in? You know what I mean? He's trying to walk out of the library on screen. Thank you. Pay all that money just to hear Hassan speak, bro. I can do it. I can literally do it at any point. 7 days a week. That's so funny. It's so funny. It sounds so around the political commentary always feeling better of a black man. Real. This is like when Ludwig stole my research about Ethan Klein's video. Whatever that was. I don't even remember what it was. But I still remember what happened with it, you know.
In return, they would support his affordability agenda. In a truly remarkable fashion, the mayor...
Also, somebody still find me a timestamp of him saying that on stream, because I want to see the chat's reaction. I want to peep the chat's reaction. I need to know what they're saying about my school. Oh, yeah, it wasn't about the Rising Star thing. You're right.
Was able to close this year's fiscal year... close this fiscal year...
Oh, right, you're right. Probably in the tweet because of the chatterino.
In the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak it. Especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. You kidding me?
He's a good man. Morning where he says.
349. Probably not this one though. This was yesterday? This was yesterday actually. No, this is a brief aside. Just so we could yeah, it is this. This isn't the end of stream. He was talking about Howard before that too. I mean, okay, we're already watching this section. We're gonna get there eventually, right? Yeah, okay. We're gonna get to that point eventually. Let's just continue with this section. That's so funny.
Historic budget deficit with a mix of state aid, new pied-à-terre tax, and a pension funding maneuver with the support of New York State Assembly Speaker Carl Hesty. Many people have argued that this clearly validates Mamdani's approach. But in order to fund the affordability agenda, the mayor will need more than insider politics. Despite his success with the budget, there are cracks, from his proxy fight in the
it only takes like
Speaker's
3
race to the botched property tax gambit. Mamdani has not been able to build true political allies within the black political class. For the Mamdani administration to achieve his ambitious goal, the mayor will need to develop a political vision that speaks for the diversity of New York's black working class. The mayor needs to cohere an alternative political pole that centers black working class people in New York politics, a socialism that centers black New Yorkers with its own political leadership and treats black New Yorkers like their own active political subject. The most pressing need is for the mayor to endorse all 4 of New York City DSA's black insurgent candidates, which your boy has endorsed. Obviously, you met them. Conrad Blackburn, Darliza Avila Chevalier, which I will...
Like, I think this is like also interesting. Is like, I don't believe he doesn't have black allies. Like, that's not what the article is saying. You know what I mean? This is why I think it's interesting about like the chatters. Like, the article is not saying that he doesn't have black allies, right? The article is saying that he should support those black allies as opposed to trying to make inroads with the black elites, right, over those allies, right? Which the article very clearly listed out, right? Like the article specifically listed out Chiose and how Mamdani supported Hakeem Jeffries, or at least stepped back away from the race and told the DSA to not vote to endorse Chiose in favor of getting political favors with Hakeem Jeffries. You know what I mean? Like that is what the article is critiquing. It's not saying that Zohran Mamdani hates black people or whatever. Like it's a very specific critique that he should support those people over supporting or building inroads and bridges with the political establishment, because those bridges won't last. They are built on shaky foundation. You know, you can send the video of the Black Caucus and Socialist Alternative for rap. We'll get it after this section.
We'll be linking up with in New York this upcoming weekend. I'll be in New York for Memorial Day weekend. Ian Huntley and Christian Celeste Tate. The strategic motivations for this decision are clear. These four candidates represent the beginnings of an alternative political pole in Black New York politics.
It's only stopped at once.
One rooted in mass organizing and democratic socialist politics. Now, all of these candidates are obviously running against entrenched Black political power in New York City politics, okay? They're running against entrenched power within the Democratic Party. Let's just say it like that, not just Black, not just entrenched Black political power, but just entrenched Democratic Party power. They're running against the Democratic Party machine. And these insurgencies need to win, okay? We have to unseat the old guard that has...
That's okay. I did see a comment. It was I had to stop it for this one. This one, it says, I think the worst thing socialists can do is split the working class by race, right? This is kind of like, I think that white socialists are very funny when they say stuff like this, because it's like, just look around, right? If you look around and you realize you're surrounded by a lot of white faces in your organizations, and you don't feel like that's an issue and that's a problem, why would you not want to be like, we should have more of everybody in this organization, right? These are the same people who don't like affirmative action because it feels like it divides the working class or whatever. There's currently a disparity in the amount of people, like Black people, engaging in like the wider like socialist spaces, right? Black people are currently organizing in their own spaces. If you want them to organize with you in your spaces, you're going to have to talk to them specifically. Right? It's like you're making a painting, right? It's like you're making a painting. You're making a painting like this. On a black canvas, because black canvases are nicer. You're making a painting. And you're like, You're doing this, you know? And you're like, there's a lot of red on this painting. There's a lot of red on this painting. I want to, we want to fix this. And so your answer is like, we need to add more paintings, And so what you do is you're like, well, we can't just focus on one painting. And so you just add like an orange, but then you also have to add a, hello? But because, you don't want to split the working class up, divided by race, you have to add another red too. Of course, why not? And then it turns out you actually haven't fixed, the fact that there's still the same amount of red in this painting. You're like, what if we added some green, What if we add some green and you add a green, right? But then you also add another red and then another orange because, you gotta add everybody. And then you're expecting this to like fix this issue. But then you realize like, there's still a lot of red in this painting, You're not really getting rid of the massive amounts of red in this painting. Right? If you want to correct the disparity for the amount of red, right, in this painting, you have to specifically target to be like, okay, I'm going to bring in more orange. A new COVID variant. I'm going to bring in more orange, specifically. We're going to bring in a bunch more orange. We're going to do a targeted effort to bring in a bunch more orange. Because we already have a lot of red, right? We don't need that much more red, right? We'll still bring in some red, but we're going to do a targeted campaign right, to bring in some more orange. And you see the disparity is starting to change now. The amount of red you have is starting to like, it's not going down, but you're adding more of different colors, right? You're adding newer demographics, right, to the already growing base. Does that make sense? And you need to do that in order to rectify the disparity. There is currently a disparity of marginalized leftists in the wider like leftist socialist movement. You know? There is currently a disparity of the amount of like white cis male straight leftists in the white leftist movement. And if you want to include more people and actually grow this movement, right? You can't just be like, okay, we're going to add an equal number of everybody, right? Because even if you do that, which you don't, that's not true. But even if you do that, you're not gonna fix the disparity, right? You're not changing the percentages, right? If you have 8 white people, and then like 1 black person and like 1 Hispanic person or whatever, right? And you're like, okay, we're gonna add 1 more of each. You're not radically changing the proportions of what the demographics of this group are. You have to go out of your way, and this is what the concept of like DEI was supposed to do, right? What the concept of affirmative action is supposed to do. You see a disparity, right, that currently exists, and you do a targeted like campaign to correct that disparity so that you can attract a wider demographic of people. And if you keep just trying to cast this wide net, you can't be surprised when you're not catching, a diverse set of, fish. You keep casting the net in the same location. Why am I only catching rainbow bass? You throw a net back out, it's just more rainbow bass. Throw a net back out, a bunch of rainbow bass. Oh, there's 1 cod in here, but a bunch of rainbow bass. You have to go where the cod is. You know what I mean? You have to go where the catfish is. You have to go where the, I don't know, give me another fish. Where the trout is. A rainbow trout, whatever. Who cares about the fish? I don't care about fish. Does that make sense though? Does that make sense? That's how you fix the disparity that you see. Oh, salmon would have been a good one. That would have been a good one. Anyway, I think that's my analogy. I like the fish analogy way more than the tumor I created. So I'm gonna use that one next time. Way better analogy.
For far too long, done business as usual.
People are
politics.
like me describing diversity to white people. Think of fishing. Imagine fishing, right? Imagine a lake. You got your country club, right? And then there's a lake there.
And the ones that remain will also change their mentality as well. Will recognize that this is a force to be reckoned with.
The
Okay?
question of the VOD today,
Very
the
important.
chatter who said leftists can't be racist. I think it comes up a little bit later, but we'll get to it.
The strategic motivations for this decision are clear. These 4 candidates represent the beginnings of an alternative political pole in Black New York politics, one rooted in mass organizing and democratic socialist politics. They want to tax the rich, protect our immigrant neighbors, and build a New York everyone can afford, no political cover needed. With Mamdani's weight behind them, they pose much more credible threats in their races and gain access to support and resources otherwise held exclusively by the decaying political establishment. This need is not distinct from his desire to achieve the affordability agenda. The thing is, if Zoran can stick his neck out for that other race that he lost, I forget her name now. She was one of the early supporters of Zoran Mamdani as well. as DSA cadre mayor of New York, like he can flex a little bit. I think Lindsey Boylan, yes. And he is also sticking his neck out for Claire Valdez, who I fucking love, by the way. I mean, Claire has been phenomenal. Okay, you guys know this. I'm a huge fan. Unbelievably impressive. Definitely, I already had, I already had like
yeah. I mean, we read it all yesterday. This is actually technically my third time reading this article. It's a very good article. Like it is a very well written, right? Very comprehensive article. I think it says exactly what I've been saying, right? But very specific to the New York City politics so that people understand it. This person IRL, very chill person. Tell them that they wrote a very great article. Tell them that I'm a big fan of the article. It's very good. It's very good.
An expectation that she would be great, right? But I did not think she would be this great. Okay. And that is a political decision. That's a political maneuvering from Zoran against the Working Families Party back candidate. Like she's doing that, right? She's doing that already. Lindsay didn't have ground game. It was a special election, to be fair. Yes, but it was already it was a political maneuver where Zoran Mamdani stuck his neck out. Yeah, Morris Katz took a fat L on that one, according to Holly Pretsky, the City and State New York reporter. Regardless, I don't. This is irrelevant to me. Okay, I think Fight Agency is great. They work with a lot of.
Video? I don't think so now. That person's in San Francisco. That's San Francisco politics. Maybe better metaphor is like building a house. Like you're mixing the cement and pouring the foundation. You don't realize that you don't have enough water. Do you keep adding more cement mix? I hope water magically appears. Pouring some fractured dry mess into the foundation. No, it won't support anything. That is another analogy. But like, why do you hate fish, Cheddar? Are you anti-pescatarian? I think my fish analogy was also kind of cool. I think it worked. It works as an analogy.
A lot of candidates that I obviously like, and a lot of candidates that I have worked with as well, but they're not. That's an ad agency, okay?
What do you mean
regardless of how wonderful
pescatarians only eat fish.
The people are at the Fight Agency, they're an ad agency, okay?
To,
they're not a political organization. The Democratic Socialists of America is a political organization.
That doesn't piss people off here, to be fair. Vegan doesn't piss people off in other spaces. Right? I respect vegans. I feel the same way about vegans that I do about like maskers, which is like I don't have a good argument against them, and they are morally correct, and so I just don't speak against them because like they're right, and I know that I'm wrong, and so I'm not gonna yell at the vegans because I know they're right and I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the problem here. One day I'll join the not the problem people. So vegans get to be annoying in my book. It's the way that I frame the issue. I respect white vegans. I think vegans can be annoying. I think there's just white vegans that are fine. I was about to go get that. And that's fine. That's okay. I don't judge vegans by like the entirety of their demographic. Some vegans are annoying though. Like that's all demographic.
Okay, the DSA has political goals, clear-cut political goals. Well-established political goals. They don't work with every single person. They have members. They have members that there are paper endorsements. There are members who run for
slavery. Yeah, those vegans are stupid. You know what I mean? That's not most vegans, and so I don't judge vegans by like their worst type. You know what I mean? Those vegans are stupid. I will laugh at them for being stupid for saying that. And I think other vegans also think that those vegans are also stupid. So we're aligned on that.
positions of power. It's a very different structure. Okay. Anyway, but the DSA isn't a political party. It's not a political party for the time being. Yes, it is a political organization that works within the ranks of the Democratic Party as a political party in the current duopoly that we have. Okay.
Okay, we're not gonna get into vegan discourse. So I'm gonna put that out right now. You all have your personal choices. That is fine. You want to stop it before it gets out of hand? Because I've seen it get out of hand before. Lock in. Enjoy your personal choices.
There are different schools of thought within the DSA as well on this issue, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Okay? So, to succeed, the mayor ultimately...
No food politics here, except for bananas being disgusting. That's the food politics that I will accept. Bananas, not good.
He needs to build a coalition that is actively invested in his administration's success. While transactional politics may notch him some early successes, Black establishment figures are concerned with maintaining the status quo and see democratic socialism as a threat to their own power. This is true. And
true.
It's beyond, like, it's Black political power within the Democratic Party is
not
entrenched.
right. I've spoken on this before. We want to lock in on this article. I've spoken on bananas before. I think they suck. Least favorite fruit. I'd follow it. I'll take it. I'll take that. I don't like it. Fruit tier list. I've done a fruit tier list. Me and Pat did a fruit tier list when I was over in France.
Well,
I wish you let me keep this hat though. This hat was sick. I think we started with bananas. And I said I hated them.
true. Not missing out. For not, we were talking about how I didn't not think.
Got that.
Okay, maybe this is a controversial take, but I think bananas are S tier.
Really?
Yeah.
I go the exact opposite direction. I hate bananas.
Oh no.
I don't like the texture of them. The taste of them are not enough to save it. It's just... I always hated bananas, chat. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't like bananas. Don't like them. They're not good. Orange banana. Okay. Not too much on oranges. Well, I don't know where we're throwing oranges in here, bro. What are we throwing oranges in here from? It's like, yeah. It's like, what is this like? It's like, yeah, I hate like ice cream and poop. It's like, no, we're not throwing ice cream in with poop. You know what I mean? You can't throw two things that one of them are terrible together. No. They're not even close to being the same. Not even close to being the same. Oranges are delicious. Bananas are bad. Bananas are gross. Not good. Not good. Oranges are really good. Thoughts on plantains? Plantains? Do you like things with bananas in them? Ugh, no. They're so overpowering as a fruit. You can literally put an entire like 3 cups of other fruit in a smoothie. You cut up like a quarter of a banana, you put it in there. It's just banana smoothie. It's just a banana smoothie. That's all it is. It's like a red sock with white clothes. You know? Yeah, you whisper the word banana to a smoothie and the whole thing tastes like a banana. Exactly. Exactly. Give us a fish analogy. I have a good one. It's like when you microwave a single fish stick and it makes the entire house smell like fish sticks. I microwaved one fish stick, a single one, and the entire house now smells like fish stick for a week. That's like putting a banana inside of a smoothie. Why'd you ever microwave fish? Have you never had frozen fish sticks? Did you not grow up poor eating frozen fish sticks? And you couldn't turn on the oven because the oven took too long to warm up and it takes too much electricity? Exactly. The stream came up. What's up, Miles? We're talking about like why bananas suck. They do suck. They're not good. Only eat one fish stick at a time. It was mostly an analogy. Mostly analogy. But anyway, that's my take on bananas. Let me see. What was it? What was the? It was S tier. Oh, then we did like we did maps and stuff as well. This was our shared list: blueberries, watermelon, pineapple. I think that's peaches, grapes, and apples. No, this is peaches. I don't know what this one is. This is a peach. Oh, mango. Mango. That's what it is. Yeah, you're right. You're right. This is mango. I think this is cantaloupe. I want to say figs. Figs. I don't know what this is, bro. This is lemon. I think this is lemon. Lemon. Strawberry. Orange. I don't know what this one is. Never had papaya? No. Never had a papaya. Plum. Plum. That's true. And then pomegranate. And then blackberry. Banana. Too high. Cherry. I think this is honeydew. Kiwi. Pear. Lime. I don't know what this is. Dates. Think. Avocado. Something else. Something else. Not important. Anyway, stop distracting me. Bananas are bad. Not good. Not good. That's the take. Moving on. Moving on. I don't even know how we got there. Don't even know how we got there.
Political power that is oftentimes backing pro-corporate Democrats, oftentimes has pro-Israel politics. The CBC, in many respects, is unbelievably pro-Israel. Not across the board, obviously, but it's true, right?
Oh, talk about veganism. Remember when I asked if we could make it to start talking about Howard? We can still make it. We have time. We have time. We can make it.
It is a very, very important part of the entrenched machine politics within the Democratic Party.
Are we at the veganism? I don't remember.
Okay.
Vegetable
It
cereal
is
is not
a
today.
bulwark. It is the first line of defense for some of the do-nothing Democrats within the Democratic Party. Did you know you cannot talk about Democratic Socialist politicians on r/Democrats? Oh my God, who gives a fuck? Fuck them.
Also, this is also this idea here. Would you say that that's because of the Democrats brainwashing black people, or because black people are just really into Israel? This isn't true, by the way. Like, black people are pro-Palestine by and large, the same way like the entire country is pro-Palestine by and large. Old people, including old white people, are pro-Israel. Boomers are pro-Israel. That includes older black people who are also pro-Israel. older black people are not more pro-Israel than older white people are. You know what I mean? Like, there's this idea and conception of like black people being like inherently more conservative than white people on these issues. There's this perception of white people being, or black people being more homophobic, black people being more pro-Israel, black people being more transphobic. And that's just objectively not the case. Why? Propaganda and white supremacy. I always say this. White people in society are allowed to hold the entire political spectrum of ideas, right? They're allowed to embody the entirety of the political spectrum. When you see a white Nazi, you don't think that's a white Nazi, you just think that's a Nazi. But when you see a black Nazi, you think that's a black Nazi. That's where it comes from. Right? When you see Kanye, you think black Nazi. When you see the two kids who did the hate crime at the mosque in San Francisco, or San Diego, you just see Nazi. Right? And so when you see like white people who are pro-Israel, you just think Zionists, right? When you see black people who are pro-Israel, you think black pro-Israel supporters or black Zionists, right? And that's white supremacy, right? That's white supremacy. White supremacy makes it so black people are put into this idea of only being allowed to hold certain opinions. And when there are black people who don't hold those opinions, those are representatives of the entire community. But white people are not held as representatives of the entire community. There is no white community, right? And leftists understand this when it comes to crime. When they see a black person who commits a crime, they understand that this one black person is not indicative of the wider black community, right? But when it comes to like socially conservative beliefs, they don't look at the actual polling or the numbers behind these things. They look at anecdotal evidence, right? They look at what they see in the media. They look at what they hear in their life. And they're like, oh, well, I know a black person who's homophobic, so black people must be more homophobic. But I know more white people who are not homophobic, so white people must not be as homophobic. But when you look at the actual numbers and pollings, the people who are voting to take away gay rights are white people. The people who are voting to pass transphobic policies are white people, by and large. The people who are voting for pro-Israel policies are also white people, by and large. There is a higher percentage of the black people in office. There is a higher percentage of them that are pro-Palestine than of all white people in office, the percentage of them that are pro-Palestine. But they're not seen as like indicative in that way because white people are not seen as a cohesive community, right? Black people are oftentimes monopolized and seen as one cohesive element. And so when you see a few instances of black people, right, being bad and stupid and bigoted, that is indicative of the wider black community. Does that make sense? That's where it comes from. Black people are not voting to take away anyone's rights. Yeah, because black people don't have any power. You know what I mean? I did see this. I did see this. Yes. I don't think I can't show it on stream. I thought about seeing if I could show it on stream. Can't show it on stream because they literally killed this man, right? But in Ireland, like the private security literally held down this black man, right? Like hands on his neck as he's trying to hold himself up so he can breathe. Held him down until he stops moving. Yes, and kills him. And I think like because it happened in Ireland, that it's not something that usually happens as often as like in America. And so there were people around, people recording, like in the George Floyd video, we saw people like yelling and screaming at the officers and cops. Like that didn't really happen in the video in that regard, right? Because it's just not like as common of an occurrence to see like direct violence that like Americans see done against black people in that way in Europe. It does exist, right? It does exist and it does happen, but Americans have gotten like, after, especially after like Ahmaud Arbery, Trayvon Martin, and all of the instances that happened before June of 2020. And so like they literally just held him down and then killed him. I did see that, but I mean maybe cover it after this story. But it was crazy. There are just so many prominent APAC backed black people like Booker and Jeffries. Unfortunately, on the flip side, anti-Zionist black people are probably aren't covered as much on purpose. Yeah, but there are literally more APAC backed white people. Objectively speaking, there are more statistically APAC backed white people, right? But they're not seen as indicative of like the white community because there is no cohesive white community because white supremacy allows itself to be like malleable in that way. 100% in terms of media representation. Yes, in that way. People hold black politicians to a higher scrutiny in all aspects. Yes, that's where that comes from, right? The idea that black people are like really into Israel, and it's just not true. Black people, like everybody right now, are anti-Israel. They're against Israel. Like after October 7th, black people were some of the first people to stand up against Israel and stand in solidarity with Palestinians. Right? But it's very easy for especially the media, right? But even including like leftists and liberals, like point to like Kamala Harris, right? To be like, see, black people love Israel. But objectively isn't the case. Black people are the highest right now against Israel, literally. Yeah, I think there's polling on it. I wonder if I can pull up. So white people still call Chiose a lib. I think Zoran didn't endorse him because he wasn't sufficiently leftist enough. But yeah. My friend loves Israel. Which I think it's interesting as well, because like, y'all know Trisha Paytas? Trisha Paytas is like insanely pro-Israel. But like she kind of gets away with all this, Insanely pro-Israel, and people sweep for her all the time. Is she still? I don't know, but she hasn't like necessarily apologized for it. She hasn't like come out and been like, I'm pro-Palestine now, or whatever. Like I think if she would have, I think she might have been actually, fired from productions instead of being hired. I think she has, but timidly. I mean, I have to go check and see. But to tell me that she was married to Elon's brother. Yes, Moses, the water guy. The water guy. He does water and stuff. He is water. All right, I'll circle back around to this. I do want to finish this. All right, focus, lock it. And maybe like, Sean, you stopped it. Shut up.
From their most high-ranking leaders, House Minority Hakeem Jeffries has been openly antagonistic to the Socialist Project, stating that he would never bend the knee to hard-left democratic socialism, and has quietly dueled with Mamdani ally and New York City DSA member, State Senator Jabari Brisport, for hegemony in Brooklyn. Congressman Yvette Clark.
I don't like people calling this like mind control. You know what I mean? Because like you don't call like Haley Stevens subscription to moderate liberalism mind control. You don't call Abigail Spanberger's subscription to moderate liberalism mind control. Right? But when it comes to like black liberal leaders, they can't just be stupid black liberal leaders who are opportunistic, right? They must be mind controlled into believing these things, right? This doesn't exist for white liberals. They don't look at their aunts and uncles as being mind controlled, just temporarily misunderstood. Exactly. Which is why they never go talk to these people, which is why they are so apprehensive to going and speaking, right, to black people. Because they have this idea of black people in their mind. Grodd must be behind it. True.
Has all but called Democratic socialists like Bernie Sanders interlopers in the Democratic Party.
Actually exist and coexist as Americans. So I think people of goodwill are going to come together. I keep sharing with people. I don't really believe that the era we're living in right now is a right versus left. I think it's a right versus wrong. And people see what's going on. I mean, the corruption is rampant. People are being dragged out of their homes.
Like, they can't untie their Christian conservative ideals that love Israel. This isn't true. This is not true. Black people are not pro-Israel. It's not true. It's literally not true. It's literally not true. But the problem is that these people never interrogate what they're saying. This is racism. They have this bigoted, preconceived notion of Black people in their mind. That is not true. It's not true. Black people, like everybody currently right now, are pro-Palestine. I don't know why we're monologizing Black people. Like, this idea that Black people are just this monolith that all moves and acts in this one way. Black people are pro-Palestine. They are. As a generality. When I have a concept of Black churches that's basically just Catholicism. Like, and this was also insane because Black churches are the only like Christian institution that is standing against Israel currently. You go to any white, not any white church, but like like if you look at the percentages of white churches standing against Israel, most of them stand for Israel. But if you go to Black churches, you are more likely to find churches that are standing against Israel, right? And Hassan will literally show them these things, right? Hassan will show them like Black pastors, right, and preachers, like standing against Israel and standing up for like human rights. And it's nothing, but let Hassan show them the Pope, then it's like, oh, woke Pope. Look at how woke the Pope is. Man, wow, God, this makes me want to go back to Catholicism a little bit, right? The pastor that took Jasmine Crockett, see, yes. The problem is that these people have this idea of Black people in their mind as being conservative, as a entity, as a group. And that is not true. It's not true. It's not. Right? Actually, I was actually doing a little bit of research into one of my professors at Howard. Right? And he wrote about how people position like the Black church as a unique institution of homophobia, separate from like the church, like church as the entity. You know what I mean? Like as an entity. People like to position like the Black church as a specific institution of homophobia, instead of like as, you know, having homophobic beliefs and ties that is not dissimilar from like what the entire Christian apparatus thinks. Right? But for some reason, they need to attach this label to Black people, and that's an issue. That's a problem. You know, because the homophobia comes from being Black instead of being Christian. Exactly. But they have this idea that like, well, the white progressive churches exist, but Black people have conservative Christian ideals. In their mind, they can accept white progressive Christians, but like all Black people have Christian conservative ideals that love Israel. When polling disagrees with that, but they don't challenge that notion in their mind. At no point do they stop to think, maybe this isn't true. Maybe this isn't true. Maybe what I believe is actually not true.
Homes by DHS officers. No one wants to live with that. No one wants to be a witness or a party to that. And so I think that they're going to be people of goodwill who may not necessarily be registered as Democrats. They're going to vote to make sure that this does not continue.
All right, we are going to leave it there. Chair Clark, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
presented by the American Petroleum Institute. In Washington, there's one thing both
The
parties...
American Petroleum Institute. Sorry. I was not expecting that. Thank you, Miss Democrat. Thank you very much. Sponsored by Raytheon. Raytheon. Get your killing missiles today.
agree on. It takes too long to build in America. Energy projects and critical infrastructure get stuck in red tape
This
for
was
years.
you too.
It's time for
Unfortunately
Congress
not.
to pass permitting reform. To
Unfortunately
modernize
not.
the
It's a good idea. I
process,
definitely
cut
heard that
delays,
gender
and
politics
build while protecting
being a certain way
communities and the
conservatism
environment.
as
Learn more at permittingreformnow.org.
as things. It tracks with your statements.
For our
on
reporter
being
panel
guided
today,
by
we're
an
joined by
agenda.
Michael Jones
Yeah.
of Once Upon a Hill
Here.
and our very own co-founder John Case.
Time. No. I saw. If your goal was to show us an oil lobby ad, no, I went to piss. Okay, shut the fuck up, Chad. It was the time.
My state by state, but you multimillionaires, billionaires, but most Americans are hurting right now. And I think that even for those who it may not be so
Because I don't know
acute,
black people in real life.
they
and just
understand the disruptive
believe.
nature.
People
I mean,
watch-
to
they don't
witness
interact with black people
in the
in real life,
United
just believe
States
what
of
they see on the internet.
America,
Yes.
people getting gunned down for protesting. I don't know how people live.
Your liberalism is showing, King. What the fuck? American Petroleum advert. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. We will never be able to. We will never lock in this community. Everyone, all the outsiders, all the naysayers, and their criticisms are correct. We're a bunch of babies, okay, with baby brains, and that's all it is. Okay, all right. So, taking Twitch chat seriously, Lamont. I know I'm trying to have.
Also, I did see okay. Last pause for a comment for a while. I did see it. It was a good comment, but it was about the Congressional Black Caucus being pro-Israel, right? And I have a good point that I want to make about the Congressional Black Caucus being pro-Israel, right? I think it's very interesting because Hassan's point is that we should talk to Black people and meet them where they are in their communities and introduce them to socialism and build up socialist politicians and support socialist politicians in these communities, right? And the chatters are like, well, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't divide socialism by race. But then they simultaneously get mad that there are no Black socialist leaders, right, in power, and that the Congressional Black Caucus is almost all pro-Israel, right? It's like, yeah, the base isn't pro-Israel, but you are not like supportive of the base changing the dynamic. Hassan is saying here, and I've been saying here, that we should change the dynamic of what people get elected from the Black community so it's more representative of the Black community. And people were like, no, you actually can't do that because you're actually dividing the working class by doing that. This will be on the exam. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Also, Anonymous Gifted, thank you for the 10, by the way. I don't know if I said that 30 minutes ago. But thank you for the 10. And Una Verse. Thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Huge W. They're doing an identity reductionist thing where they act like bisocialists shouldn't be included if we're constantly bringing up our issues. Can't wait for this convo to start up again, and I'll try to be there. On these white chatters at these speak.
Serious conversation about the future of American socialism on a fucking Twitch chat.
Oh, this made me think about Hassan going to Howard and how insufferable the chat's.
Expecting, of course, there's going to be little babies that want to have fun. They're bored of the dialed in conversation that we're having. Congressman in Queens from Democratic County Chair Gregory Meeks never endorse Zoran Mamdani. Most importantly, all three Congress members take money from the Israel lobby. Hakeem Jeffries, the man who said Israel today, Israel tomorrow, Israel forever, which is, by the way, a segregationist credo, will not allow himself to be usurped by a Muslim anti-Zionist democratic socialist, even if he's willing to engage in short-term compromise to neutralize the challenge from the left.
This is true.
This is the clip I was looking for. Here's the Blackhawks chair, Representative Yvette Clark, saying Mayor of New York City Zoran Mamdani should not be the face of the Democratic Party.
Mamdani the face of the Democratic Party. Are they wrong to try? Absolutely. I keep sharing with people, as a Democratic Party, and they're the Democratic Socialists of America. the Democratic Socialists of America don't have a party. So the closest alignment that they can have is to run as Democrats. Every time Bernie Sanders runs for office, he's a Democrat. But when he becomes a
Couldn't go to
legislator
ECCU
in the
instead?
Senate, he's an independent.
Listen, I have my beef with Central. Nah, actually, I don't. Central's fine. I have friends that go to Central.
Yeah. This was what I was looking for. I don't know if that was the actual clip or not that you saw, but when Mamdani pitched his mayoral race in New York City DSA, he stated that his base of support would be young people, tenants who's motivated by Palestine solidarity movement and South Asian and Muslim New Yorkers, and he was correct. Mamdani's campaign cohered a disparate group of people who had no political home into protagonists capable of advocating for their own class interests, delivering one of the greatest political upsets of the century.
I think in general, like, we should just have more focus on the South. I've been saying this for a while, you know. I've been saying this for a while, is that we should just have more focus on the South. The South is like there, and people are organizing in the South. They just don't have the resources or the attention or the funds to actually, you know, one, continue to do their organizing effectively, and then two, get people elected. Trump's campaign is flat into only DSA way too much. I agree with that. I agree. Love Central, that's Durham School, not Duke. Indeed. Central offered me a full ride. I didn't take it though, because I was stupid. Always take the full ride, chat. Gosh darn it. Always take the full ride. They didn't have my major, so I was just like, well, they don't have my major, so I'd have to do a different major. I justified it to myself to like why I wouldn't go, but I wouldn't have had to have paid for school. But to be fair, I don't think I'd be here right now where I am if I didn't take the path that I had to take. I would have had to, like, you know, do a whole bunch of different stuff, but it's fine. If you don't have your major, that's tough. It makes sense not to. You know, it's a hard choice. Hard choice. Wherever you interviews people from rural parts of the country, if you watch them, you'll see how radical, fed up they are of corpse. Yeah. I have friends who work at more Perfect Union. I have friends everywhere, chat. Learn that eventually. Don't think about grad school actually at Central. My friend likes grad school. She's graduating this year. Grad school at Central. In like nursing or something. I don't remember what it was. Social work.
However, his vision for working class protagonism has not extended to Black New Yorkers in the same way. This is a mistake. Few communities have more to gain from democratic socialist politics or have been more consistently denied political champions than Black New Yorkers. Further, the crisis of Black political leadership is real, and the potential for democratic socialism as an answer to both economic and political problems facing Black New Yorkers cannot be understated. The affordability crisis has hit Black New Yorkers hard. Between 2000 and 2020, there has been a sharp exodus
But
of
chatters
Black working
also
class
just aren't listening. This person says, this also isn't true. Black New Yorkers love Mamdani. Yeah, that's what the article said. The article is saying that. The article is saying Black New Yorkers love Mamdani. And so he doesn't need to like build inroads with the establishment. What he should be doing instead is bolstering Black socialists, right, in the community instead of trying to build inroads with the current establishment, because he's not going to get anything from that. That's what the article is saying.
Literally 200,000 people, or of 9% of Black New Yorkers. The political machines that built the Black democratic establishment institutions have correspondingly also been hollowed out. In New York Magazine,
You need the article to be wrong because otherwise it would mean that they have so unjust racial biases. American literacy isn't good. It's not shocking that people can't understand what the article is trying to tell them. It was right there. It's right there. And Hassan is also telling it to them. I think Cadenza is correct. Is that they don't want it to be correct because like they want to have this idea where their mechanism, it can't be wrong. What what do you mean? Like my class reductionist mindset can't be wrong. We speak to everybody. We don't have to specifically target Black people. We target all people, and then that's socialism, right? We get socialism, and that they don't want to have to reckon with the fact that maybe they have to like change the methodology, right, to actually, grow and expand the movement, and that frustrates them because they have to actually do a little bit more work, and it makes them a little bit uncomfortable. It's not racial bias, yeah. Targeting demographic is racist, actually. Yeah. The funniest part about that is that they're actually doing that right now when they just like, again, they're targeting like normalcy, right? In the default's whiteness. When you just organize with the people around you, right? And people around you are just white. What does that mean? We live in a segregated country, which means you're going to have to go to other communities to organize other groups of people. That's kind of important if you acknowledge that we live in a segregated country. So many socialists and communists are more focused on being technically right, even when they're not. They're reaching a lot of people who may not be 100% there yet.
Journalist and Inside City Hall host
like,
Errol Lewis writes worryingly that local institutions can no longer attract young people, and Congressman Meeks states that he has trouble even recruiting black male lawyers for judicial slots. I have zero that come in to get interviewed, he complains. Is a real issue. Every other election cycle, commentators regularly talk about black men. They talk about how black people are no longer voting for the Democratic Party. Now, that fear is often overstated, but there is an underlying reality that they're touching on in possibly the worst way, okay? And that underlying reality is that, yes, young black voters are no longer voting for either party, just as young people are no longer voting or haven't really been activated appropriately regardless, okay? The Democrats have taken the black vote for granted for far too long without actually offering anything back in exchange beyond simply stating the truth, which is that the opposition is overtly racist, right? But that's not working. It's not working any longer to build coalitions. It's not working to activate the youth in general. There's a reason why Bernie Sanders, who could not receive the endorsements or ever activate the black base of voters within the Democratic Party, was actually very successful in doing so amongst black youth, right? Overwhelming percentages.
Yeah, and Bernie Sanders had a bigger uphill battle in that regard because the establishment was more powerful than they are now. You know what I mean? They're floundering now. They're on fumes. This is the perfect opportunity, right, to get in where Bernie Sanders just couldn't do it because the establishment was just too powerful in 2016 and 2020, right? Off of the heels of Trump, Trump won in 2020, where like the establishment had, we're not Trump, please vote for us, we're not Trump, in their back pocket, and off the heels of freaking Obama, where the establishment had the power of like, Obama's charisma to write off of. The establishment had power, but right now, after 2 terms of Trump, after Israel's genocide committed with America's support and the support of the establishment is not popular, including the black establishment. And so that's why Zoran Mamdani did very well on his campaign trail, which is where he went and spoke to black people, where black people were disillusioned with the party as a whole. Does that make sense?
But there's so much more work that needs to be done in this regard, okay? And I think the revolutionary politics could be the thing. The revolutionary politics, socialism, could be the thing that primes young black voters in general and gets them more activated. A lot of leftists are racist. They just won't admit as much as conservatives. Okay. Sure. Fine. This is the opposite of that. You know who's you know what is a great solution to that problem? Okay? You know what's a great solution to that?
The funniest part is like chat immediately popping off, being like question mark, question mark, question mark. When it's like the chatter is correct, right? The chatter is correct, and Hassan is correct in his response. Like the chatter's not wrong. The chatter is right in that yeah, I'll play his response. Like what question mark? Question mark.
Fine. This is the opposite of that. You know who's you know what is a great solution to that problem? Okay? You know what's a great solution to that? Working with Black communities, okay? Existing in Black communities.
Yeah, he's correct. Right? Hassan is 100% correct about this. This is true. Right? A lot of leftists are racist, right? Because they don't do that work. Right? They don't engage with Black people. They're not in community with Black people. Right? And so if they were in community more with Black people, right? I also love that the chatter was like, universalist policies, that's the answer. Like, no, it's talking to Black people. That's the answer. It's talking to Black people. It's engaging with Black people. It's discussing things with Black people. It's meeting Black people where they are. That's where he was going to say class versus politics. No. This is where I think Hassan has gotten better on this, right? I think this is the case where I think Hassan has done the listening, right? I think he's heard the critique, right? In that regard. He got the Obama boss call. Okay. Like, he had a good answer here. This is a genuinely good answer for like how you fix that issue. There are leftists that were and are racist, and you fix that issue by getting in the community and talking to Black people and building community with them. That's the answer. That's the answer. It's less about policy and more about outreach. Just having universal policies doesn't bridge the communication gap. Exactly. You have to build community with Black people. You can have the best policies, and it doesn't matter if you're not building community. And that's where Bernie Sanders failed. People thought that Bernie Sanders could get over the gap or the hump of not being in community with Black people by just having good enough policy. You know what I mean? And it's like, it didn't work. Zohran Mamdani did because he went to communities and he talked to them, right? He went to the communities and he discussed with them. He met them where they were. He was like, what issues are you being faced with? This is what I'm going to do with you. They weren't that different from policy-wise. Like Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani aren't too dissimilar policy-wise. Why Zohran Mamdani succeeded where Bernie Sanders failed is because Zohran Mamdani could communicate, right? Yeah, Chris Rabb did it as well. And leftists have a communication problem. And once leftists beat that communication problem, like, the movement grows exponentially. Exponentially. They don't trust you, they won't vote. Yeah. Exactly. Started talking about Aditya, for example, in response. Yeah. Zohran Mamdani is good about that. He did that very well. Others love Zohran but won't follow his method. Because I don't think they actually like know why Zohran was popular and successful. Baseline is that you can't trust any candidate until they prove themselves. And honestly, I think that's completely fair. Right. And so, like, why would people trust you if you're not speaking to them, if you're not talking to them? Right. But I get that it's easier to build community in local elections, not defending Bernie. No, I agree. It is easier. But like when you're running for the president, you still have to do it. Right. But honestly, AOC kind of lapping Bernie. She isn't even officially run yet. AOC going to the South and talking about data centers, right, is like the kind of stuff that like she should be doing. And now she needs to do more of that, right? Bernie Sanders kind of hoped that people would just get on board. And his policies were good, and he got a lot of support because of it, but it wasn't enough. He missed that communication piece in that regard. You know? Doing more perfect union, I caught one of their shorts where they interviewed a Charlie Kirk fan that was a Zoran supporter and voter. The dude would answer like, Zoran and his staff help me with my landlord. I will always vote for him. Yeah, that's all you need.
It's a real issue. The political anxieties of waning black political power are manifest in the Mamdani administration. High-profile black appointees like Afua Atta Mensah, who is the city's chief equity officer, and Jamila Edwards, the director of intergovernmental affairs, are not veterans of the Democratic clubhouses, Lewis writes. Then, in January, Mamdani announces appointments for 5 deputy mayors. None of them were black. Though he has since appointed a black woman as deputy mayor for community safety, Renita Francois, the narrative had been written. The Mamdani administration marks the end of traditional black political power. Or at least it marks the end of that particular strain of black political power. When old institutions fail, new opportunities emerge. One example is the rise of black socialist Charles Barron in East New York in the late 90s. Strategist and political organizer Michael Lange profiles the Barron political machine in a neighborhood that is 87% black and Hispanic. Decades of disinvestment and systemic racism had rendered democratic institutions.
I also think it's just dumb. People are like, racist equals not a leftist. Like, I'm sorry, leftists can be racist. I don't know where this idea where like leftists are exempt from racism. Leftists are not exempt from racism. Leftists are not exempt from misogyny. Leftists are not exempt from bigotry. And honestly, I think that people having this idea that they are is kind of the main problem. They think they can say whatever they want to. They think they can say whatever they want to, and it doesn't matter because they're a leftist. They think that their words have no meaning, and they can't harm people because they are a leftist. Because they identify as a leftist. And that's kind of a part of the problem. Right? And this is how you could tell who is actually in community with black people and who are not. Because if you were actually in community with black people, right, when you miss that, the black people will tell you so. Right? If you were talking to black people and you say something that's off base, they'll let you know. So, you found out real quick that you as a leftist can do something racist, You'd be like, oh yeah, man, I shouldn't have said that. I couldn't have done that. And so this is actually the bigger self-report, in my opinion. You feel me? I think when a man does something awful and some people say, oh, he's not a real man. Yeah, it's very similar to that.
Existent. Murders were so high in East New York that the neighborhood was referred to popularly as the killing fields. But this meant the field was open for an alternative as well. In 1997, the sitting Democratic City Council member Priscilla Wooten endorsed Rudy Giuliani for mayor. This was a political opportunity, a moment that showed that black elected officials were out of step with the political sentiments of the black community. Charles Barron seized upon this moment. He named an enemy the bought and paid for black establishment and positioned himself as the working class alternative. He ran twice for city council without institutional support, was able to support the endorsement of black Democratic Socialist and former mayor David Dinkins. Barron won his city council seat on his second try in 2001, building a black socialist political dynasty that lasted for over 20 years until he was narrowly defeated by Chris Banks in 2023. Mamdani's victory reveals a similar political opportunity. CNN exit polls from the mayoral general election show that Mamdani won a supermajority of black youth aged 18 to 29 at 84%.
I'm sorry. You receive these comments, Jennifer. You are safe in this community, or at least I will try to clean this community up as best as possible.
Compared to the 66% white youth. Okay? That's massive. This is the example that I use all the fucking time. Okay? Which is the idea that like, oh, black voters are conservative by and large. No, the fuck they're not. Okay?
Thank you. Maybe now that Hassan is saying it, Chad will stop saying this. I tell you, Hassan is cooking with gas. He's cooking with gas. He pays an 80K doing work at a Assange chat. Hey, okay, don't sell yourself shirt. I see you in there too. I see you in there too. But exactly, I saw him say exactly what I just said like 20 minutes ago. You know what I mean? Exactly. This is the best he's been on this issue. This is why I know Hassan can do this. You know what I mean? This is what puts Hassan leagues better than like the other people in the space, right? Because this is exactly what I've been saying that he should do. Right? He's doing very well, very well. And I will give credit where credit's due. It only took a million years. I'll take it. Yeah, I'll run it back.
18 to 29 at 84% compared to the 66% white youth. Okay? That's massive. This is the example that I use all the fucking time. Okay? Which is the idea that like, oh, black voters are conservative by and large. No, the fuck they're not. Okay? They just don't have someone to vote for. Okay? It's just objectively untrue when matched with the rest of the electorate. Black voters have historically always been the most progressive voting bloc. Okay? Yeah. 100% of the time. Always. And it's very annoying whenever people make that argument, whenever people have that conversation where it's like, oh, well, the black men, they're homophobic. It's like, dude, look at the rest of the fucking, like, match the demographic that you're talking about with the fucking rest of the population, okay? It's ridiculous. Exactly. It's a ridiculous argument to present.
Exactly. And that's the example that I used earlier as well. Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
I think it's not the first time he said this. It's not the first time he said this, but in the packaged in this way, it's like, I think it's done so well with the conclusion that he draws later on in this section, I'm pretty sure, which is that like you have to communicate with and to black people on these issues. You know what I mean? And so I think Hassan earlier, especially when we had that conversation with him like last year, right? He was of the mind of like, if you just do universalist policies that help everybody will get on board, including black people, right? But this is like slightly adjacent, where it's like you have to do these good policies that help everybody, but you have to message them specifically to black people, right? You have to build that trust up. Because especially when they're leaving the Democratic Party, if you don't do that, then they're going to just not vote. They're going to just, check out of the political process.
New Yorkers are renters, and nearly half of those New Yorkers live in rent-stabilized housing. The people most affected by the affordability crisis in New York are young black New Yorkers. The demographics of black New York have also shifted. Nearly half of black New Yorkers are foreign-born. This emergent class of black New Yorkers needs new leadership that can unify their demands. The black establishment has no real plan to organize these emergent constituencies. In order to maintain power, they cater to corporate sponsors who, in turn, undermine and displace their own base of support through gentrification and the refusal to address the affordability crisis. Moreover, the Republican opposition is aware of the fractures within the working class and
I think the Chris Rabb win will like do a lot to like correct this narrative, right? In that like black people can and will vote for a progressive, right, socialist alternative if there is one presented. You know what I mean?
These divisions. On November 2nd, 2024, Donald Trump said that illegal immigrants have taken the job of African Americans. Establishment Democrats are weak-willed and feckless, and the MAGA opposition knows it. Do-nothing Democrat leadership has been one of the most disorganizing forces.
I do also love that, like, this just didn't work. And people still ran the line that black people were, like, still conservative, right? That black men would abandon the Democratic Party and vote for Trump, right? Like, they tried. The Republican Party tried to get the black male vote, right? It didn't work. It didn't work, right? The Democrats lost support from black men because they lost support from everybody, but they're not like going to the Republican Party. It's not a thing, right? It's not a thing, but they are tired and fed up of Democrats. They hate Democrats. They hate like standard, what's it called? Establishment Democrats. They don't like Hakeem Jeffries. They don't like Cory Booker. They don't like Wes Moore. Right? They're just not voting. Exactly. They're not voting. To be fair, nearly a third of the country, holistically. But they're just not voting. They're staying home.
For the American working class, especially the black working class, which again, another thing that people always say, labor unions are racist. Historically, there is truth to this sentiment. Black people have a higher union participation rate than any other demographic in this country. I bet you didn't fucking know that. That's right.
Like Rabbit King J? Unfortunately not.
It's true. Literally, look it up. The working class in the United States of America resembles the demographics of the United States of America. America is a very diverse country, okay? Far more diverse than most countries, okay? And of course, it's reflected within the demographics of labor union participation as well. Even more crucially, it is already on its way out. If the mayor continues to play the traditional black establishment, he's choosing the losing team and risks dissolving this crucial constituency. What is this? You now have shared ops? What, with a Texas candidate? Oh, come on. Is it the Maureen Galindo lady? Is that what you're talking about? Mamdani must choose. He can govern in coalition with an ideologically opposed, eroding black establishment, or he can organize the emergent black coalition that mobilized for him. He cannot do both. Many in the political class have remarked on Mamdani's incredible talent for communication and charm, but his most distinctive attribute is his commitment to political organization. Thousands of New Yorkers joined political organizations like New York City DSA when he won his election, and many thousands more volunteered in his campaign. Mamdani can name a political adversary, present a clear pathway for defeating the enemy, and then bring his coalition into an organization where their struggles can be actualized. Take, for example, Harlem. New York DSA has no elected officials in Harlem, but in the primary election, Mamdani won this region by 18 points in the first round. Blackburn and Chevalier's races are an opportunity to consolidate this victory and present New York City DSA and Mamdani as truly ascendant as a political project. Okay? First, both candidates have clear principles that allow them to name enemies they can polarize their base against. Both Blackburn and Chevalier are anti-Zionist and democratic socialists. Blackburn comes from a working class background, is the son of a single mother, and is dedicated to...
Wait, did someone watch the new Graham Platter interview? Like the one with the lady? Oh, you didn't watch it on stream? Oh, okay. I don't know what Grandma Platinum interview I was talking about. Watch the clip. Oh, it was a clip. Okay.
His life to service as a public defender, and a union organizer. Wright is the heir to a political dynasty with his father, Keith L.T. Wright. If you recall, we talked about this briefly with Comrade when he was on stream, sitting in that same assembly seat for over 20 years, and in 2024 received the endorsement of Solidarity PAC, a pro-Israel group. Before running for Congress, Chevalier was a PhD student at Columbia and, like Mamdani, organized closely with Students for Justice in Palestine. Congressman Espaillat, by contrast, is an ardent supporter of Israel and has received over $100,000 from AIPAC this cycle. I'm going to say it one more time. I will be doing something with Daraliza.
Wait, did somebody call Clarence Thomas a black nationalist? Stop. Oh, I missed that. That's such a funny message. Because there are there's what black politics people say and how their politics end up IRL. Yeah, Clarence Thomas is a major black nationalist. What are we talking about? Are we talking about the same Clarence Thomas? Like the bought and paid for Supreme Court guy? That's the chatter that called FDL lib. What I fought with. Does not say something bad. No. It was a chatter who said that Clarence Thomas is a black nationalist. People are Christian nationalists, white supremacists, and black nationalists. Clarence Thomas doesn't care about black people, bro. Like, at no point has Clarence Thomas ever positioned himself to ever care about black people at all. Nothing he has done has been for the betterment of the black community. I'm confused. He's just black. He's black and like a nationalist, as in like a white nationalist, like a white supremacist, bought and paid for by other white supremacists. Maybe Chatter meant nationalist in the white nationalist sense, like a white nationalist who's black. No, I don't think Chatter meant that. We'll see. I'll keep my eye on them.
Chevalier, this upcoming weekend. Okay. Both Espaillat and Wright take money from the real estate corporations, even as their constituents experience record levels of displacement. These incumbents are out of step with the electorate. The presentation of an alternative has been galvanizing for the base. Current growth in the Bronx and Upper Manhattan branch of New York City DSA far outpaces that of Brooklyn and Queens. Even early polling shows Chevalier has already made a strong challenge to the 10-year incumbent. Let's take a look at that. Challenger poll shows soft support for Espaillat in New York's 13. Only 42% of likely Democratic primary voters in the House district spanning Upper Manhattan and parts of the Bronx would vote for longtime incumbent U.S. Representative Adriano Espaillat in the primary election, according to an internal poll from challenger Daraliza Avila Chevalier. I hope I'm not fucking up her name. Avila. Based on name recognition alone, voters picked Espaillat over Chevalier 42 to 28%, according to results shared with the city. However, once respondents heard positive message about Avila's platform, Daraliza's platform, the challenger's campaign said she leapfrogged the five-term incumbent 46% to 35%. Another Democratic candidate in the 13th congressional district primary, Oscar Romero, comes in a distant third at 4%. The New York City election person says Daraliza's race is a toss-up. I guess that's good news. It's good news. However, what is this? Why does Hassan have beef with Pac-Man? Didn't he say he was AIPAC funded? I don't know how Pac-Man loves Israel. I listen to him daily and he doesn't mention Israel at all. Also, I can't reply directly on mobile.
Okay, we're gonna skip the David Pac-Man stuff.
Funded by
how long it goes.
Made it seem like he had never heard of the word AIPAC or how to say it. I think that's ridiculous.
Like Gavin Newsom.
And not only that, but of course you don't know his positions on Israel because he doesn't talk about Israel all that much. Anyway, even the haters can get free clips at the Hasanabi broadcast. Come get the smoke. Yeah. Anyway, Tate and Huntley's races in Brooklyn even more aptly represent Mamdani's power. Mamdani won handily in these districts. The fact that it's also a toss-up for the record. He talked about Israel to deny Israel bomb hospitals in Gaza. Okay, whatever. I don't care about David Pac-Man right now. Come on, man. Lock in. Everybody lock in. Okay, we're moving on from David Pac-Man. What the fuck difference does David Pac-Man make right now? We're talking about specific races in New York City. Yeah, Bernie, by the way, endorsed the entire New York City DSA slate for the record because he's beast mode. He is the GOAT. He has not endorsed the congressional races, however, in the DSA slate, which Daraliza is a part of. It would be very nice if he did that, but I think it would be even more.
I think it's good for Hassan to want to lock in here. I think it shows his focus.
Nice if Mamdani, as the mayor, stuck his neck out a little bit for Daraliza specifically, because Daraliza is running in a congressional race. It's not the local races. Those were the ones that Bernie Sanders endorsed, right? She's going to need help. That's why I'm trying to offer as much help as I can, but I'm just one fucking person on the outside. I don't even live in New York City, right? I can mobilize this community, which is
I think it's
what I urge you
also because I think he was very worried about the rap race. He didn't know how it was going to go. And so he wanted to prepare, like, if Rab lost, how does he make sure the Rab, the next Rab wouldn't lose, right? Well, Rab won handedly, so now we know that this strategy does work. Now we got to push even further on this.
To do, obviously go out and knock on doors for her.
Pretty likes.
But we need more help. And Zoran did stick his neck out for obviously Valdez, right? Going against the incumbent on her way out.
Left his Oregon affiliate in play. They super anxious about it at the end of stream. I thought not to worry about it. I told him I thought Rabbit had a decent shot, good chance. But again, I don't, I wasn't too familiar with Philadelphia politics, so I also had no idea.
Funny, yeah. I don't know if Espaillat endorsed him or not, but he's not gonna. He's not gonna.
I saw the district was heavily blue. It don't even matter, bro. You already won. They can cope as much as they want to.
Take a risky initiative against Espaillat. Espaillat campaigned with Zoran and endorsed Zoran. Okay, that makes sense.
I think a huge reason why he won was like Stanford just got smoked on Israel. Smoked on Israel. Like horribly. Like she went from like first place with the early vote to like third place in the election. She got no motion in the actual. There it is. In the what's it called? In actual like election day votes. What's even better is that Cory Booker didn't move the needle at all. Nope. Claim DSA, PSL, Ricky Family Party were moving for Rab in the last 2 months.
Why he wouldn't do it. Bushwick by 67 points in the primary and Bed-Stuy by 43 points. Each of these candidates has a strong chance of winning their seats regardless of Mamdani's endorsement. But by endorsing, he has the opportunity to make a positive intervention.
I don't know the demographics, actually. I mean, all the essays are overwhelmingly white for the most part. But like, if you mean like, is it like, I don't know, actually. I don't know where it is on the spectrum of the essays.
Success of black socialism in New York City. There may be trepidation and endorsement against black incumbents, especially Espaillat, right, and Tate's opponent.
I know there's a bunch of people
member Eric Dillon. Each incumbent endorsed Mamdani during the general and together helped produce the coalition that allowed him to take power. It is possible to argue that endorsing these insurgents would alienate even more members of the black political class and put a wrench in his governing coalition. But the strongest coalitions are built on shared goals, not personal relationships.
One day, I'll actually settle down somewhere to join a DSA after leaving the YDSA chapter at my college. I need to get somewhere. Maybe I'll join the DSA in DC, or I'll leave there in 2 years after that anyway.
Only a shared goal can provide a serious basis for cooperation. Also, here's the other side of this. If you have actual DSA people in those seats, if you can flip those seats to the insurgency campaigns, okay, then all of a sudden you have stronger leverage against the entrenched political class in New York. Okay? Then you actually have a leverage when you go to the bargaining table. Okay? Sure, there might be some anger. There might be
well, I can't run as anything right now because I'm going back to school.
A little bit of resentment. But you also, you know what's better than anger and resentment? Leverage. Okay? This way, when you do have this leverage, you can
just
lock
it. Hey, lock it. We're not talking about Grand Platter. This is not Grand Platter Power Hour. All right, lock in. I'll try to start clapping you up. And they know how much I love talking about Grand Platter. But this is actually an important conversation we're having right now.
We're buddy. We're boys, you know, let's dab it up. But also, look, we got our people here as well. Okay? I don't think there is any other, what is it? I'm going to be honest. Bernie might be a shitlib, but you got to respect him. Opportunist shitlibs in leadership positions in countries refuse to push leadership for the left and even sabotage the left flank. Bernie's a clear outlier in this regard. Okay, Bernie Sanders, you know, I have my criticisms of him when it comes to foreign policy and whatnot. But yes, he has always, one of the things that I've always said, he's not I wouldn't say he's a shitlib. Okay, that's ridiculous. You have to adjust to the rest of Congress. That's insane. But like Bernie Sanders,
yeah, I mean, it's basically just become like any leftist I don't really like, and so like it kind of just becomes thrown around, right?
Never.
Like he's a leftist. He's a leftist.
Shied away from making endorsements for people, like has never shied away from endorsing people that are absolutely to his left on a lot of these issues that I disagree with him on, like Israel. Okay? I have significant disagreements with Bernie Sanders on the issue of Israel. Bernie Sanders has literally endorsed anti-Zionists over and over again. He is the primary vehicle in many respects for a growing anti-Zionist movement in the country. Okay? It is ridiculous.
Everybody libs. That's the only way. If everybody's a lib, nobody.
So that is, in my opinion, much more consequential than his own personal politics that are unfortunately unchanging because he's 800 years old.
All right, chatter. I'm going to time you out for 1 second just because I want to get rid of that stupid long message chain. It's gone. I want to get rid of this one too. Messages are gone.
Anyway,
we can do Platinum Power Hour another time. You know how much I love talking about Grand Platinum. This is a different conversation. Fucking.
Without that short goal, even the most deep personal connection will fall to the side and be replaced by political interest. The congressional race in New York 7 is a prime.
Don't take it to DMs. Actually, I disavow that too. Just cut it. Just hold it in. Hold it for next time. Or say it to the Discord. You know, you can argue about it in the Discord, but don't take it to the DMs or whatever. Like.
Example, after announcing her retirement, Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez, this is what we were talking about with Claire Valdez, obviously, endorsed Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso, while Zoran Mamdani endorsed fellow New York City DSA member Claire Valdez. Although the progressives and socialists had worked together to win Mamdani's mayoralty, as soon as the political stakes were clear, the war between the progressives and the socialists began. So he stuck his neck out there, right, for Claire. And I'm really glad he did, because Claire Valdez is fucking phenomenal, okay? Will be one of the best congresspersons. And I'm super stoked on that race. I'm super stoked on Claire. She's phenomenal, okay? He's willing to make the risky choices in that situation against Nydia Velázquez, who's on her way out. So certainly the stakes are a little bit different, you know? But it's very clear that he's willing to even fight against the Working Families Party in this race. To win the mayoralty, Mamdani had to build a large coalition with socialists and progressives, and in the general election of the liberal establishment, all united under a single project.
Like, liberals accuse you of not compromising with establishment Democrats, and online leftists accuse you of not being uncompromising enough. This isn't about Hassan. I'm confused. I don't understand what chatters think this conversation is about. I don't get it. Like, this is about like Zohran Mamdani and whether or not he should or should not endorse like the black DSA candidates against establishment Democrats. I don't understand.
In short,
They should be for this. They should be for this if they are leftists. Yes. Yes, Zohran Mamdani should you're a leftist and you don't like the establishment, you hate the establishment, and you want to get more socialists elected. This article is just saying Zohran Mamdani should support black socialists, DSA members, in elections over black establishment candidates. I don't understand how this is like at all controversial. You know what I mean?
Andrew Cuomo's defeat. Congresswoman Velasquez was an early and prominent endorser of the mayor, but she had a different vision for her congressional seat. As political conditions change, so do coalitions. The coalition that delivered the mayoralty had served its purpose. Wright, Espaillat, and Dillon endorsed Cuomo in the primary and then endorsed Mamdani in the general, not because they suddenly believed in Mamdani's political vision, but because they saw the movement's power. They needed to protect themselves to get along with Mamdani's movement or be left behind. By building working class power in the primary, even while losing a plurality of black voters, he scared the black political establishment. It is time for Mamdani to continue building that same independent and progressive working class power and to build it where it may be the weakest, black New York. To secure the transformative vision of his administration, he will now need to expand the base of the black working class. He must include them not merely as supporters, but as active and political agents in his project, as people who share his political vision for what society could be. Furthermore, building with black socialists will make for a much more durable coalition, because socialists' primary goal is to shift power to the working class. The shared interest between the black working class and Mamdani's own coalition has longer horizon and more distinct strategies and a defined enemy, the billionaire class. Black socialist incumbents like Assemblymember Farah Souffrant Forrest, City Council member Chi Ose, State Senator Jabari Bisport genuinely believe in Mamdani's political project and for transforming New York City. Disagreements like Ose's endorsement bid are strategic, not ideological. They all share the same vision and work to actualize it. Relationships and favors can never substitute the power of people coming together for a common goal. We have all but forgotten communist-affiliated institutions like the Highlander Research and Education Center, founded in 1932 by white labor and civil rights activist Miles Horton. The Highlander Research and Education Center was a social justice school.
It is a really good article. I read it yesterday all the way through, and we're listening to Hassan read it all the way through again. And I read it the day before as well. It is a really good article. It's a fantastic article. Fantastic article. Right, and this is very electoral focused, but you could extrapolate this out to organizing, and you should extrapolate this out to organizing as well, right? It's not just about electoralism. This is about engaging with black working class people, right, and meeting them where they are in their communities and engaging with that like and bringing them a part of the movement, right? Engaging with them in the organizing that they're doing, right, and providing them with the resources and the attention. And like bringing them in to grow the movement as a whole, right? So you build a more diverse and strong coalition, right? And that's what solidarity is.
Focused on training critical leaders in progressive struggles, including figures like Rosa Parks and Septima Clark, the latter of whom was key in the fight for the Voting Rights Act. At Highlander, I found out for the first time in my adult life that this could be a unified society. I gained strength there to persevere in my work for freedom, not just for blacks, but for all oppressed people, Parks recalls. Organization makes clear our shared goals. Okay? Black people have never done anything wrong ever. Here, eat this fucking permaban and suck my cock on the way out. Okay? How is this your fucking takeaway here? Like, I'm sorry, but that is genuinely white resentment, okay? What you're demonstrating is genuinely fucking white resentment. You are the annoying fucking leftist who's like, oh, God, why are we talking about fucking black people over and over again? Black people are also working class. As a matter of fact, in much higher percentages than everybody else, okay? The fuck is wrong with you? Stop Stop behaving this way. Stop behaving in the way of like the classic stereotypical annoying fucking white shit lib or white leftist. I don't think that guy was a leftist. Roach said this earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this is good from a song. Like, this is a positive, like, call out from a song. This is a new Hassan. Wow. I told y'all Hassan can learn, right? I told you Hassan can hear critique and criticism, not live. Hassan is stubborn, so he will not hear critique live, right? But he will internalize critique after the fact, right? And it will correct. He will. Old dog new tricks is
Is
crazy.
Hassan talking about a chatter? Yeah, there's just like fucking dumbass person that came in to talk shit. And this political vision is not just necessary for New York City. Black populations have decreased across blue cities in northern and western parts of the United States. Some call this phenomenon the new Great Migration, as the cost of living crisis has forced many black families to move from cities like Chicago and New York to Republican-controlled states like North Carolina, Tennessee, and Florida.
Hey, North Carolina. Woo! North Carolina.
Black urban dwellers.
The
The national affordability crisis is throttling working class organization where it's strongest. Nearly 30% of black voters in New York City are unionized compared to the average of 20%, for example. In right-to-work states in the Southeast, the number of black workers unionized is only 7%.
He said Atlanta. No, he said North Carolina. He said North Carolina. Okay, you can't trick me. I would never woo Atlanta.
States have weak social safety nets, little to no public transit, gerrymandered maps such that black people have been drawn out of political power. Talked about this earlier as well. Can you address shit libs that say the black middle class doesn't want working class politics? No, there is a black petite bourgeois class. This is true. Many of them are boomers. They've been able to.
Your question started to interrupt the decision. I have opportunity to get into grad school in the U.S. with a full scholarship, even though it sucks for now CS grads are to the best. Do you think it's worth it now? For a full scholarship, 100%.
CS grad is still the best here.
Think for the 2 months. If you can get into grad school for the full scholarship, take it. Take it. Because you have no idea what the state of funding is going to be in 2 years. You know? This is the best time to do it if it's fully funded. Right? Because at the very least, you can become a professor like I'm doing. It's like getting out of his wheel bubble and engaging with politicians and their constituents is helping too. It's a funny way to put it, but I do think Hassan going outside more and like, you know, seeing people does help. I think that's general for like everybody, right? And if these chatters also went outside more, it would also help expand their perspectives as well. You know, if y'all went outside more, it'll help expand your perspective. If I went outside more, it'll help expand my perspective. Going outside is good. You know, it's a positive and beneficial thing that I think people should do. I think if you are able to like go to a protest, go to a meeting, join an organization, right? Talk to your neighbors, do mutual aid, join a community garden. If you do stuff like that, you will inevitably, right, inherently expand your perspective. You will see things from other people's perspectives. You'll learn about the world a little bit more than just through the lens of the internet. For sure. For sure.
They have they've been able to secure a comfortable nest egg for themselves. Some of them even are homeowners, and they are antagonistic to working class politics. But it doesn't fucking matter because they're not the majority.
Exactly. I was gonna stop us and say that. Exactly. The media will push like black excellence, like black bourgeois politics out as if it is the majority of black people. The majority of black people are not Obama. The majority of black people are not like a Killer Mike. They're not freaking Oprah. This is the problem with the way that black people are viewed in society. The most visible black people you see are the most successful. right? For most of the country who don't live around black people, the only black people they see is on the TV. They see the rappers, and they see the the musicians, and they see the athletes, and they see the celebrities. We did a good video on this related to the Kevin Hart roast. Oh, maybe we'll watch it after this or tomorrow. Or the Van Joneses, right? They're not the majority. They're not. Working class people are working class, and they do like working class politics. Jay-Z is also a good example of this as well.
Okay. Yes, that exists for sure in the United States of America. And guess what? It exists in every fucking demographic, not just black people. Okay.
This is also true.
Unc talks about it all the time. FD signifier.
This is true. Like white middle class people also don't like, like progressive politics inherently speaking. But you don't see people be like, oh, Abigail Spanberger. Why don't white middle class people like working class politics? Right? They're like, why does Abigail Spanberger not like working class politics? They don't see the white, middle class as indicative of like the white community, because there is no white community, because whiteness is not cohesive as an identity, right? The way that blackness is. There was never a conversation about white people, but having the same beliefs, they are allowed to exist with terrible beliefs with no critique. Yeah. They even have a name, Deborahs and Barbaras. Yeah. But when like the Deborahs and Barbaras like finally wake up to being ICE being bad, it's seen as like unique and like, wow, the Deborahs and Barbaras are finally waking up, because they weren't that before. But when black people are coming out here and saying Israel's committing a genocide, it's not seen as like as transformative. Right? But that's happening. And so it's something that you have to kind of decouple your mind from. Especially, and you will see this when you go outside and you talk to people. Right? And you organize in black spaces and around black communities. Right? That's why you need to do that. You need to go outside. Also, coolest. Thank you for the I understand. Thank you for 2 months. Much appreciated. Appreciated. Much appreciated. Ooh.
But here's what's not helpful. Constantly treating the entire demographic of black voters, or just black people in general, as like potentially a reactionary force.
I don't know what got into Hassan, but like he has not flipped on any of this. Like he's been consistently correct on this entire conversation. Like there's been like no blind spot steps. There's been no missteps. There's been no misspeaks. Like he's been like on it this entire conversation. He sees the vision. Certainly had to sit down. Like he's completely correct. Completely correct on this. Like this is he's 100% right. 100%. He's doing very well. He gets my stamp of approval. He's on the threads. Crowd was gaining ground. No, he gets my stamp of approval on this.
That's unbelievably stupid. It's literally untrue. And this is precisely what I'm trying to get at here. That there are like here's one aspect that is always very frustrating to me. Okay.
He's doing the same thing in black spaces. Yes. If he can take this to black spaces, if he can go to Howard and like do this at Howard, like he's like radically changing his image. Like he will not be like have this image that he has on like threads. Threads doesn't matter, but like he won't do that. But 2, he will also get him in. He doesn't need me in, apparently. He has his own ins. You ready for Howard? Yeah, but Breakfast got his test run. Hey, that's we're getting there. We're getting there. I don't show this to you. We're getting there. Giving Democrats looking for black votes vibe. Chris Rob was on the dot yesterday. So you have to be on his best behavior. I don't necessarily think it's like on his best behavior. I think what it more is that Hassan had a realization that like there is a efficacy to the idea of getting like people like Chris Rabb elected and working with them as opposed to working with like in the system in like with like establishment Democrats like Zohran Mamdani was doing, right? And he wants to kind of increase the Chris Rabbs in the world, and he wants to work towards that goal, right? And I think he feels motivated in doing that, right? I think that's positive. There's your 70% take. Oh, what 70% of elections are uncontested? And that how we should be shoving people in seats for uncontested elections because 70% of them are uncontested, with incumbents running against themselves. If we can get socialists running in those elections against nobody because these incumbents running against themselves against nobody. I do say that.
Black women constantly get sidelined in all of these conversations, okay? They're very radical, and there are a bunch of black women that are in this coalition. Ayanna Pressley is one of them. Summer Lee, obviously, is another example, and Cori Bush, right? And here's the thing. I do think that the Congressional Black Caucus sometimes also writes them off too, okay? Because they are a threat 100%. To entrenched power, and therefore they never get the appropriate shine that they deserve. In some respects, not always. Okay, Ilhan Omar, another example. See, I'm doing it myself. I'm forgetting black women personally. Okay, not always. Before people get mad at me, not always. Okay, I'm not saying always, but there are certain instances where they do get sidelined when they are worthy of all the praise, okay? They're incredible. They're fantastic. They're some of, obviously, my favorite politicians in the country, as you guys know. So it's up to us to not only highlight them, but to also push for more black people to run, black socialists to run as well, okay? Nina Turner is another example. Someday, Mamdani will leave office. Will he do it like Mayor Bill de Blasio as a competent manager in a city of entrenched inequality, effectless black establishment, and ever-dwindling black political participation? Or will he be able to build a political movement that makes black New Yorkers leaders in their own struggle for a better future? By not endorsing New York DSA's black insurgent candidates and deferring to the black political establishment, the mayor is foreclosing opportunity to build a new political project that actually serves black New Yorkers. This is not just a New York issue, man. This is literally the issue, I think. I often talk about how much of an opportunity exists in the South for revolutionary organizing.
I also talk about putting that out there. It is a thing that I too say sometimes, on occasion. on occasion, I may have brought it up once or twice,
For mobilizing the DSA and putting numbers on the fucking board. Okay? There is no organizing, especially in the South, without black organizing. That's it. And in many respects, it is the most consequential issue for 2028. If you want someone who is remotely a socialist or directly a socialist to come anywhere near power within the ranks of the Democratic Party, you have to break through that. Okay?
That's why also
is that
people disagree with the attachment to the Democratic Party. That's why this not building part.
Simple.
Thoughts on Stacey Abrams? Oh Lord, jeez.
Yeah. On that note, I got to go to Atlanta. When I know. I will come to Atlanta. Okay.
Dang, better than me. I ain't going to Atlanta.
Unlike the black political establishment, Mamdani has many political successors who share his vision. However, if he does not organize these successors into political force, the socialist project in New York and beyond is doomed to fail. By the numbers, black voters are the most advanced section of the working class. They are the most unionized and most likely to be tenants, but they currently lack a political home. If Mamdani does not endorse New York City's DSA's black insurgent campaigns, he will sue.
True. North Carolina better than Atlanta. Why? Because I had beef because I'm from Charlotte. Charlotte better than Atlanta, and I'll stand on that.
He will sever himself from the emerging black socialist pole, and in doing so, fracture the socialist movement rather than build it. This is not inevitable. The mayor has a chance to build a bench of black socialist leaders and organize a new constituency for the democratic socialism for decades to come. He only has to reach forward and take it. Straight up. He was a canvas lead. The person who wrote this is a DSA guy.
Same city, and yes, that's why I can't like Atlanta. We have beef. We have beef because Charlotte and Atlanta are the same city. Is gonna have light rail or cherry wine? I don't know. Do they? Probably not. They do have grass on the wall and neon signs in their restaurants and $40 Hennessy waffles, chicken and waffles. That's what Atlanta has. Charlotte has Carowinds. So pick your pick. Take your pick.
And you know,
I've not watched Atlanta.
Obviously, a very thoughtful piece. It's a great article, and I think it's 100% correct. And it's not just there's not just a lesson there for what is this? It's very ironic that a groundwork chair wrote this article, given how destructive their caucus has been to black organizing in Atlanta DSA. Dude, is there ever an opportunity, Slatty Matty, where you don't fucking where you guys don't chirp about like internal DSA dynamics? I mean, he is like, come on. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. God, Hoscord, holy shit. Please just fucking nip it in the goddamn bud for like 3.5 fucking seconds.
Please. It sounds like someone who who's actually
it's one of the worst aspects. Ironically, I'm doing it as well currently, but it's one.
I don't know. I know that Slutty Matty is does do like DSA discussions on Twitter. Let's see what this right got stuff. So I actually have no idea.
One of the worst aspects of like you know, internal conversations that become external drama for some fucking weird reason.
I do think that Son didn't need to read it to be entirely fair. But again, I don't know the internal DSA drama between groundwork and whoever else. Shatter, but yeah, anti-blackness is horrible in the DSA, and it's a big reason why DSA LA is even better than it is. Oh, for sure. For sure. Are you ready for Howard? Howard does get brought up like, I think, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yeah, that is a point of the
don't make me
that is important.
Don't make me bust out the groundworks labubu, okay? La fufu. I will do it. I will fucking put it on my goddamn microphone if you keep chirping. It's a caucus, chatters. It's a caucus. It's one of the caucuses in DSA.
I will say, this is my take. Not to like defend groundwork DSA or whatever. I don't think that this person being in or part of the groundwork DSA caucus diminishes how good the article is when speaking to this specific issue. Right? The Slutty Matty can also be correct. Well, this article is also correct and both of those truths can be true. I just don't know the internal DSA discourse.
Internal DSA arguments that have nothing to do with this, nothing to do with New York City DSA, okay? Nothing at all. Also, Tara's not saying Zoran is like anti-black by any means. He's not saying that at all. He's just saying that Zoran is in a tricky situation where he has to he has to gain the aid
probably the worst thing that
of
song's
entrenched
created. I can see that.
power in New York City, and part of that
But it's also it's because it's a Discord community. That's just kind of how they turn out. You know, you put a bunch of people in one giant community, and that's just what's gonna happen. What are you trying to say? It's a Discord community. It's what it is. You put leftovers. I can see that being the case as well.
that is entrenched black political power in New York
Sean
City in the
Discord.
Democratic.
We have a Discord. It's exclamation for Discord. Your Discord, right? I mean, sometimes some of y'all be getting a little crazy in there. To be fair, sometimes I have to jump in and be like, "All right, guys, chill out. Everybody needs to cool down for a second." Because sometimes I jump in and see some discourse happening.
Democratic Party machine, but entrenched black political power is
Anyway, sorry.
Zoran is in a
Stop
tricky
distracting me. This is the important conversation. Jeez Louise.
situation where he has to he has to gain the aid of entrenched power in New York City, and part of that is entrenched black political power in New York City in the Democratic Party machine. But entrenched black political power is institutional power and is absolutely further to the right than the DSA agenda is. And the New York City DSA slate has a bunch of insurgent candidates that Zoran has not endorsed because he's moving very carefully because he's worried about offending or pissing off key groups that he needs to govern effectively. Okay. And he's gotten some amenities from the allegiances that he has. But the argument here is that those allegiances are going to be short-lived.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you have the maximum amount of motion, you should use it to make some risky decisions. And there have been instances where he's made risky decisions, obviously, with the Boylan endorsement. And it was not only very risky, but it was also no love for Mug. Okay, dude. Yes, love for all the caucus. I love all the caucuses, okay? I am a fan of all of the DSA, okay? I hug and kiss all of you. Every single one of you, okay? Jesus Christ.
The DSA discourse seems a lot cooler than the San Francisco DSA discourse. Yeah, because it's California politics. To be fair, California politics is like uniquely bad because of their stupid primary system. Yeah, their stupid election, stupid whatever they have going on over there. It's so bad, bro. They need to fix that, please. Please fix whatever's going on in their voting, their election system. It's whoever's elected, please fix that. It's so bad. And it leads to like the worst kind of politics. It does. I think Zoran quote Al Sharpton in front of Al Sharpton is a great example. He wants to be everlasting. Introduce a contemporary Sharpton replacement. Yeah. I think there's a benefit of quoting Al Sharpton in front of Al Sharpton, right? But like once you get what you need to get out of them, once you have the motion, once Al Sharpton is no longer useful to the project, replace Al Sharpton with a younger person who's a more socialist version of Al Sharpton. You know what I mean? Like we can start cycling these people out when we don't need their power anymore. They don't have any more power. Are Idaho's primaries worse? Primaries in the South, like especially North Carolina, aren't as bad because we just don't have a lot of options, right? And so it's like there are every now and then like a good candidate that's like, oh, I'm running for like Medicare for all or whatever. It's just like, okay, that's pretty decent. And then they just lose or whatever. But like we don't have to worry about like we have like 6 candidates and one candidate is a Zionist. One candidate is a Zionist but pretending not to be a Zionist. One candidate is the old candidate but really hates the new candidate. And this candidate just endorsed this candidate, and all the local organizations double endorse and co-endorse these 2 candidates. And one person dropped out to endorse the other 2, and these last 2 go. You know what I mean? Like It's simple. It's gerrymandered. Your votes don't matter. It's easy. You know what I mean? It's easy here. Yeah, like this one's a tech bro, but it's like more progressive and actually progressive, but has no local endorsements. But this one is like not really a tech bro, but also has like not great Israel policies, but it's also endorsed by Nancy Pelosi, but also has local endorsements because this other person, the first person, snaked the local communities and local organizations, and you have to choose between which one of these two has to, you know what I mean? You're just like, what? That's San Francisco politics for you, you know what I mean? You're just like, geez Louise, bro, California, get it together. Get it together.
No, not the root beer chatters. It's fucking, what is it, Marxist Unity Group? That's what it is, right? Yeah, mug is the Marxist Unity Group.
I mean, yeah, you have literally a billionaire running against like a 100 millionaire or whatever, running against like 2 other people, running against like 5 other people who are like polling at a lot less. You feel me? I just hit a 1 million on our channel. W. I love Maya. Maya's great.
DSA internal politics is insufferable. It's fine. It's
great. Maya is one of the few people in the space who, like, most people in space won't touch even politics creators as a whole, right? And Maya is one of the few people who is like nice to me, and I appreciate that.
It happens. Democratic Parasocialists of America.
Nice to you for then. I was wrong though. Yeah, I mean, that's the space. Unfortunately,
Lenin was right to ban factions. Stop ignoring black voices. We need to figure out a way to bring the black aunties the same way you've been able to bring the Barbers and the Debras. Yeah. But that's why I actually had no issue with what Zoran was doing with Barack Obama. Okay? That's why I think it's good that Barack Obama wanted a little bit of that Zoran motion. A lot of people don't understand that. They were like, whoa, what do you mean? He's a war criminal. Okay, dude. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that mentality. Okay, he needs that.
Wait, are you still doing DreamCon? I don't know. Actually,
every DSA. Sorry for burping. Every DSA candidate could benefit from being aligned with.
With the Howard collab. I don't even go there yet. I just got my email like last week. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how much hope I could be.
Barack Obama, I promise you. Not to make any concessions to, Barack Obama's style of neoliberalism, but absolutely impactful.
Back in school, yeah, indeed.
To get a little bit of that Barack Obama bump. Okay? Need you in more establishment black Democrat media spaces? Yeah. You got to stop swearing if you want to attract the black aunties. No, I know. I mean, I think black aunties like me for the most part.
Not Tabitha. Tabitha's not a fan.
Maybe not K-Hive, but a lot of K-Hive is white anyway. So
Tabitha is not a fan. To be entirely fair, right? To be entirely fair, there is some truth that the factions you see online of the K-Hive are not indicative of the people in real life, right? That there is some truth to that. I just think that like Hassan hasn't done enough outreach to make any sort of foothold in like the real life space in the black community. You know what I mean? I think I don't know. I never heard Hassan's name in my spaces. Counting my blessings. I was not outside of. Yeah, he can be outside more, especially like I think after the election season it'll be helpful, right? But like that's kind of what it takes. The lady with the huge sandwich like Hassan, definitely not. Also, that sandwich was gross. It was a gross sandwich. He did go to Chicago. No, he did go to Chicago. He needs to do more stuff like that. Making to Atlanta. I've been to Atlanta a total of 2 times, and I did not like it either time I went. Was not a fan of it. You're not gonna like you're not gonna get me to like Atlanta. Okay, it's not happening. It's like trying to get like a Duke fan to like Carolina. It's not happening. It's not happening. Nigga, the east side of Charlotte. I think went to the freaking south side of Charlotte. That's what Carowinds is.
Yeah, AOC in Georgia speech at the Ebenezer Baptist was good. Yeah, to unlock the heart of Black aunties, the Fedayeen of the Democratic Party, the IRGC to the Democratic Party's Islamic Republic, which is the Aunt Guard. It's not even the Unk Guard. It's the Black Auntie Guard. Okay, and the heart to that goes through, in some respects, the churches as well. You gotta be where Black aunties are, and you gotta speak to their issues, their problems, and you have to organize in these communities. Okay, and also in some instances, you also have to be Black. I think that's what you got to do.
That's also a part of it.
Black women have a lot of power in the culture. Yeah, of course. My Black auntie blames you for Kamala's loss. Yeah, I know.
Honestly, that's very rare. Black people, by and large, like don't really know who Hassan is unless they are like chronically online. Yeah, let's start like on TikTok or Threads. First too much music got same in vain goes down 3-1.
Love Kamala, I know. Yeah, Black sororities, the Divine Nine.
Don't bring me near any Black sororities. Okay, actually, you know what? Take me to the Deltas. I'll hang around the Deltas. I'll just say that. I'm just saying.
Black universities. I mean, I think like entrenched political power also comes in some respects from like places like Howard, for sure. The New York Post, but still, activists who sent Ilhan Omar's daughter and Hassan Piker on Cuba aid convoy has ties to Hamas in Iran. Wait, what? Who are they disparaging? Medea Benjamin, my queen.
Gonna be the one
exclusive activists who sent Ilhan Omar's daughter and Hassan Piker on Cuba.
That's not true. Well, it's because I don't go outside.
Convoy has ties to Hamas and Iran. That's Medea Benjamin. Put some respect on her name. New York Post or California Post.
Wait, who said NCCU? I just saw it again. Oh wait, it's Flowers in the Body. They're in here right now. Also saying NCCU, I think.
Have any HBCUs reached out for speaking engagements? No.
That is a funny question, though. That's a funny question.
Yeah, 2028 primary, Dem primary crosstabs. Okay, this is
2020 NCCU, WSSU, Elizabeth City, A&T. We have more. Honestly, UNCG as well. It's basically like A&T light. I think that's kind of all of the black schools in North Carolina I can think of right now.
28 Dem primary crosstabs, top 4. Black Dems, Harris 40%. Newsom 17%. AOC 4%. With white Dems, Harris is at 18%. With Hispanic Dems, Harris is at 25%. It's because Democratic primary fucking The Democrats they're busy on name recognition. Okay, that's not going to be a problem. Go speak at Howard University. You won't, pussy. What? I would love to speak at Howard University. What the fuck are you talking about?
WSSU too. I said WSSU. Oh, FSU. FSU. How can I be about FSU? Graduated from A&T, derogatory. I went to A&T. When did you graduate? Actually, don't dox yourself. What did you want to say? 2021? I was there in 2021. I was actually at A&T in 2021, like during COVID. That's crazy. UNC Charlotte has a black population of HBCU, at least when I went. Wait, I went to UNC Charlotte. When did you go there, Chatter? Oh, that was Chapel Hill. Ah, dang it. You did say CH. Dang it. I went to UNC Charlotte. I didn't go to Chapel Hill, unfortunately. I mean, we were going to have a college reunion here. I first went to Chapel Hill, though. I went to 3 schools. I went to 3 schools. I didn't go to 55 schools. I went to 4 schools, technically. I went to 3 undergrads. In front of NC State. You're not going to believe this. I went to NC State. I'm not even joking. Those were my 3 schools. I went to NC State, A&T, and UNC Charlotte. I have masters there though. I went to every school in the Carolinas, and I went to a CBCC, Central Peapod Community College. I took classes there technically. That's crazy. I'm with this bait anymore. I'm not even joking. I can pull up my transcript. I went to NC State my freshman year. I was hospitalized the first month of school. Failed chemistry. COVID hit. I transferred out. Transferred to A&T. Went to A&T for 2 years. I hated that place because the administration was terrible. I was there for 2 years. After 2 years, I met with my advisor for the first time in 2 years. Like, and she said that I wasn't going to graduate until 2026 because she was just approving my classes without looking at them. So I would for at A&T, you have to send in your classes you want to take based on your degree path, right? And so she wouldn't tell me what classes to take, so I had to just basically pick classes on my degree path, essentially, or what I thought I needed to take, and then send it to her. She basically stamped off on it, and then allowed me to register, and I registered for it. This went on for 2 years. At the end of the 2 years, right? I'm like, hey, I should be graduating next year. It's 2022. I'm supposed to graduate in 2023. What's going on here? And she was like, oh, you're missing this. Oh, and the transfer credits you thought would count for this? It doesn't count. So you're missing this, and this as well. So you're not going to graduate until 2026. I was like, that's not happening. And so I left A&T, transferred to UNC Charlotte, got out in a year and a half. Went to A&T too, and this is legit. I got my degree though. I got my degree. As a straight up nightmare. I went through a lot in my 25 years of life so far. Yeah. Anyway, now I'm going back to where's it at? I think I closed it. Oh, now I'm going back to Howard. You see was how you said Charlotte in my time, Chapel Hill was just UNC a UNCCH. I don't think I've never heard anybody say UNCCH. I've only heard UNC be UNC Chapel Hill, and UNC dash C was like UNC Charlotte or whatever. I say I went to UNC Asheville and just say Asheville Park quietly so people think it's Chapel Hill. That's so funny. Yeah. Anyway, let's see someone talk about Howard again, apparently.
Anyway, this was a good piece overall. Now let's get back to Donald Trump, everyone's favorite president, Donald Trump.
Wait, another chatter said NCCU? Would you come to NCCU? Bro, are there just a bunch of like central chatters in the chat, bro? Is there just a crazy amount of central chatters in Hassan's chat? Okay, maybe he has like more black representation than I thought he did. If he just has a bunch of central chatters in the chat. Any idea what your focus would be on when you're studying poli-sci? Black politics. It's my intended major focus. Durham is very woke now. Yeah, I was up with Durham when there was a pro-Palestine protest. I was also down in Charlotte and down in Greensboro. I was kind of all around the place. It was popping off for Palestine. Yeah, I was up there. Just law school is top tier. I feel like they'd have a good discussion. I know about Sean went to UNC Chapel Hill and had to find a job at JP Morgan.
His endorsement of Ken motherfucking Paxton.
Okay, we're almost done.
News
There's
10
also
for
one more.
Donald J. Trump.
One more.
Handed to me.
But I know Professor.
Called Ken a true MAGA warrior who has always delivered for Texas. It's not until paragraph 4 he brings up John Cornyn, where he says,
We'll follow up with your team, but I know professors and clubs, both at Howard and Georgetown, would like to bring you out in the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak at, especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. You kidding me?
Bro. I leave Los Angeles, go to DC, go to Howard. Guess who shows up? Guess who shows up? That's so funny. That's so funny. You better heckle him. Yeah, I'll be the heckler in the crowd. That chatter's name. Yeah, I'd be in that chatter. Be like, no. Give me the speaking engagement. Connect me instead.
he's a good man. I worked well with him, but he was not
That's so
supportive
funny.
of me when times
Anyway,
were tough.
I think it's on to cover this well. He covered the section well. He gets a solid I don't know. It's all good. It's all good. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I was gonna be hissing in the back. True. True. To be fair though, if he speaks to the political science department, it's not a big department. There's not many people in the political science department. I'm pretty sure. And I realized this when I was looking at the classes that they have, right? I was signing up for my classes, which technically I wasn't supposed to do because I didn't have my advisement, but they took my hold off on my account. So I was like, bro, I'm just gonna do it anyway. Bro, the classes have like 15 people in them. To be fair, these are like graduate level classes. So I don't expect like, you know what I mean? I don't expect him to like, I don't expect it to be like crazy amount for graduate level classes. I read the numbers for master students, most stop after bachelor's. Yeah, but small class size is good. Sure. It's expensive, bro. Gosh darn it. I should have gotten to I want funding. Gosh darn it. If Hassan does get in, right? If Hassan does get in, like talks to Howard, what he should do is he should talk to the administration about giving me specifically funding for my master's degree and call that nepotism and reparations. You should be like, hey, if you want me to speak at Howard, you should give this Sean the Black guy a full ride throughout the entire program and move him to the PhD program, actually. Yeah. Boom. Easy. Anyway. This was fun. This was a fun section. I had fun. I just bathroom. Oh, also I wanted to. Oh, he's bathroom really bad. Okay, here. We're gonna play this one more time. Libby's bathroom.
Where he says,
We'll follow up with your team, but I know professors and clubs, both at Howard and Georgetown, would like to bring you out in the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak at, especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. You kidding me?
he's a good man. Where he says,
We'll follow up with your team, but I know professors and clubs, both at Howard and Georgetown, would like to bring you out in the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak at, especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. You kidding me?
he's a good man. Where he says,
We'll follow up with your team, but I know professors and clubs, both at Howard and Georgetown, would like to bring you out in the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak at, especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. You kidding me?
he's a good man. Where he says,
We'll follow up with your team, but I know professors and clubs, both at Howard and Georgetown, would like to bring you out in the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak at, especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. You kidding me?
he's a good man. Where he says,
We'll follow up with your team, but I know professors and clubs, both at Howard and Georgetown, would like to bring you out in the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak at, especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. You kidding me?
he's a good man. Where he says,
We'll follow up with your team, but I know professors and clubs, both at Howard and Georgetown, would like to bring you out in the fall to speak. I would love that. Dude, I would fucking love to speak at, especially Howard. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. You kidding me?
So sick of love songs.
he's a good.
Anyway, I'm back. Did you know that there are some Southern professors went to bring us on to Howard? Apparently. Anyway, on the final thing I want to say about this discussion is on the Chris Rabb thing. So Chris Rabb won his election yesterday. But when it was early, right, it had Stanford leading at 33%. In PA3, Ala Stanford leads Chris Rabb 40-31, with Sharif Street at 26%, about a quarter counted. The majority black precinct, Stanford leads 46-33, and majority white, Rabb leads Stanford 44-34. Story as old as time. Gentrifying high educated whites prefer progressives. Black and working class folks prefer establishment lines. And I replied, and I said, y'all are going to learn that nobody prefers the establishment Democratic line. You can only coast off of not being Republicans for so long. People want something substantive, working class black people included. Right? Because he was wrong about this. Like, he won, so. So, like, I don't know what he means. Like, he was up, he won. Handedly. It wasn't even close. She got, like, the least amount of votes. You know what I mean? Like, the lowest amount of votes. So how are you gonna explain that one? He just never replies to any of them. He was just like he made his post. He was just like, whatever. But what made me upset is the replies or the quotes to this, right? Because besides these two, right? Even in this one, you should delete this. The 37th is Street's own very black district. It was this, right? So weird how much black working class and rural white retired folks love Israel. This was before the results even came in, right? Before the results even came in. it's just like the exact same thing that like the chatters here were doing, right? They have this preconceived notion of black people in their mind that is wrong and it's incorrect. But they never have to reckon with the fact that it's wrong. Because when it's proven wrong, they can just ignore it. This is wrong. Right? Nobody loves Israel. Israel is unpopular with every single demographic, including black working class people. What are we talking about here? But again, you never have to be questioned on this when you just say this as a white person, because it's just like people are like, yeah, black people are dumb. That's all that you know, it's like a dog whistle in that way. Not sure how it's weird when Israel has a supermajority in Congress. You don't magically get that without brainwashing the entire population. The racist assumption, yeah. The puzzle made at 10:30 p.m. He was winning at that point. I guess they didn't check the numbers. They just took this for I guess they just took this tweet at face value and was just like, well, black voters must love Israel, even though the polling, you know, disagrees. I do wonder how it would have been if the establishment Devs and Philly all rallied behind Street instead of splintering and abandoning Stanford within a past month or two. I feel like it would have been a million times more stressed and anxious. But you have to understand, like, the reason why they abandoned Stanford is because of how poorly she floundered, right? On like Israel, like specifically. She was abandoning debates. She floundered on Israel. She was turning off her comments online. She was being like heckled. Like she wasn't a good candidate. So they had to abandon her because this was going to happen. It would have been worse if she was the only candidate. You know what I mean? Like there's no way that she would have been up. And so like that this is kind of like what happened with the establishment, that they are losers. They're it's the same kind of thing as like people are saying about like the MAGA split, but it's actually happening with the Democrats, right? There's a split between the pro-Israel and like anti-Israel wings of the party. And the establishment thinks that they can just run both lines and then win. And that's just not the case, right? They think that like, oh, what if we just play like pro-Israel but just a little bit? And then they're realizing that that's not effective. So I think this is an interesting conversation overall about like black socialists. This is why they blame black men for Trump 2024, but the polls showed it was BS. Exactly. It's exactly like that. It's exactly like that. It's proven false time and time and time again. Right? If you message well to black people, they will show up for a progressive. They will. They're working class. They like progressive policies. They want to have their healthcare settled, you know? They don't want to have to pay for it. They want to have the rents frozen, right? They don't like groceries being expensive. They hate the commodification of housing, right? They are affected by these policies more than a lot of white people are. If you message to them well and you present them candidates that they can vote for, then they can win. I think that is positive. So, www. Not. That is this discussion. To be pro and anti-imperialism, exactly. And nowadays, you can't even be pro-imperialism because the audience doesn't want that. Voters don't want that. Except if you're a Republican, in which case you're basically Thomas Massey. You get voted out. I will say, Thomas Massey being voted out. You know what I mean? Thomas Massey being voted out does show that Israel can buy an election whenever they want to, and that's not good. However, I don't think Ro Khanna needs to be calling him my good friend. Am I crazy on that? He's more Trump than Israel, in my opinion. I think they're slightly intertwined, but yeah, I think you're right. Like he couldn't even shout out Chris Rabb winning without bringing up Thomas Massey. You know what I mean? Like they worked together a bunch the last 6 months. They did, but like I think you don't have to like rehabilitate his image as if he's like a good person. He's not a good person. Thomas Massey is still a Republican. You know what I mean? He's still a Republican who was, you know, on the right side of a few issues. Right? My good friend, Representative Thomas Massey, lost tonight. He lost because he has the guts to stand up to the Epstein class and against the war. I mean, like half true. If the roles were reversed, I don't know if Massey would do the same. Yeah, I also like, I would have the same smoke if somebody did this for Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know what I mean? It's the same conversation with like Marjorie Taylor Greene. If somebody was like, my good friend Marjorie Taylor Greene, who like got kicked out of Congress because she stood up for against Israel or whatever. Yes, basically Ryan Graham, and I had that same smoke. You know what I mean? I said that's stupid and dumb. You should not say that. Because it's dumb to rehabilitate these people's image. You can acknowledge how like far gone the Trump like cult has gone without like trying to rehabilitate like their image. The good friend just serves as more of a uniparty. Politicians act like this is a gay narrative. Yeah. I would vote for Massey over Fetterman. That's about it. If we're in a state where it's Massey versus Fetterman, we've lost it. We've lost the plot. In my opinion, that's like Gavin Newsom versus Kamala or JD Vance or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, we've lost the plot. You know, we're packing up. The American project is over. The American project is over. Massey is 6 months left. If he's a real one, he can do some shit. If Thomas Massey is a real one, he changed parties. He'd still be a libertarian or whatever. I don't care. If he was a real one, he'd change parties. If he was a real one, right now he would announce that he's changing parties. He will be a Democrat. He's already getting kicked out. He's already getting kicked out, right? Trump has already abandoned him. At least independent, like Rand Paul or whatever. Yeah, at least independent. Something. He would change his party to something. If he's still a Republican after this, then like, you know, like this is kind of all kind of meaningless. You know what I mean? He has to go independent. He has to, right? Like I just. It will block the Fetterman weakness. There will always still be another like spoiler. Even if like one person switches parties, it will always happen. Like, I mean, like Trisha Coughlin switched parties and nothing really like it helped the Republicans and we didn't do anything about it.
My good friend Thomas Massey lost tonight. I'm angered by the smears on his character. He lost because he had the guts to take on the Epstein class. He lost because he had the guts to stand up against the war in Iran. He worked with me to pass the most consequential and popular piece of bipartisan legislation in recent history in the Epstein Transparency Act. Many young voters under 50 voted for him. He was winning them by over 30 points. And today I say you may not have.
Yo, is it crazy to say Ro Khanna has the Trump cadence a little bit? Like his cadence is very Trump. Like, just listen to it. Listen to it. Listen to it. Listen to it. Listen to it.
Piece of bipartisan legislation in recent history in the Epstein Transparency Act. Many young voters under 50 voted for him. He was winning them by over 30 points. And today I say you may not have a home in the Trump coalition, but there is a new generation of populist Democrats, and we welcome you to help us change this country, change the rotten system, and have a politics.
5 years ago, more like, well, I haven't heard Trump speak in like a year. Like, I can't do this man's like live speeches. I read transcripts. So I don't know what he sounds like now.
puts the working class ahead of the Epstein class. My good friend Thomas Massey lost tonight. I'm
sorry. I thought that was very interesting. But yeah, I just don't think you need to like position him as like my good friend, right? Like, you know, like bipartisanship is fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's a fake thing. There is no good Republican. The myth of the good Republican is a myth for a reason. It doesn't exist. Right? There are barely good Democrats. When something stronger than waiting for old white supremacists to die. I don't disagree. What Obama said, pussy too. Or told him good friend was the right message. I should seek other employment. Make America grow again. Even though according to the South Korea, you're also mad that Massey lost. You can be mad that Massey lost because it does show the fact that like one, Israel, like he was against Israel more than his opponents were. Like he was against Israel more than like some Democrats were. The same way that Marjorie Taylor Greene was, you know? So like you can acknowledge the fact that him losing is indicative of the way that the Republican Party is going without being like, guys, we should go vote for Thomas Massey. You know what I mean? We should go vote for Thomas Massey. We need to vote for Thomas Massey, guys. Like, no, he's stuck. He sucks. He's bad. He's bad. He's not good. Like, there's a difference there. Where like you don't have to call him my good friend, but you can acknowledge how his loss is indicative of like MAGA's cult-like tendencies and the way that they will push out anybody who slightly disagrees with them. And the way that Israel will gloat when anybody slightly thinks that they're bad, they'll get them out immediately. Also, it does prove Cenk wrong. That there's a wide coalition of like anti-war right. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. It never existed. I'm skeptical all the Kana Massey 2028 chatters are all memeing. Guess we'll never know. I hope Nancy Pelosi is happy with our strong Republican Party now. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even blame Nancy for that. I blame Hillary Clinton. This is the entire fault of Hillary Clinton campaign staffers and her political consultants and strategy teams. Entirely the fault of them. Is your one in Kentucky? They 100% control the Republican Party now. Now, was it up in the air before? Did you have doubts before that the Republican Party was like a pro-Israel party? You're like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the Republican Party is pro-Israel or not. I don't know. I can't tell. It wasn't until like May 20th, 2026 that he was like, nah, I made the conclusion. They will not serve. These are the ramblings of a madman. These are the ramblings of a madman. The ramblings of a madman. Like, Sure. This is a clear example of his project failing, and he can't admit that. He can't admit that. He can't admit that maybe he was slightly wrong about how much of MAGA actually despises Trump. A completely unknown entity out of nowhere came and unseated a massively popular like Republican figure just because Trump said he was bad. Maybe you miscalculated slightly about how willing people are to part with Trump's political project in the MAGA movement. And it's okay to acknowledge that. Right? It's okay to acknowledge that. But he can't, because he won't get 60,000 likes by acknowledging that. It was on how much Trump's turn did he say that kept saying that he was losing his base. To be fair, Hassan acknowledged that he was wrong yesterday. Hassan acknowledged that like the MAGA movement was a cult yesterday. Did you not see how he crashed out about how much of a cult MAGA is? We probably find a clip somewhere, but like it's around here somewhere. It's floating around here. Let's go on TikTok. I've seen it. I called Massey losing. But yeah, that's the conversation on Massey losing. I'm not entirely surprised, but it's like it's what does it mean that we can finally stop ignoring Trump's approval rating? What is his approval rating? I actually don't know what it is now, as of right now. I stopped paying attention. Start ignoring my being. I still know what it is. I'm sure the approval rating ever mattered. I think we all knew it would be 35 or something. As the approval rating dropped low enough to you got auto impeached. Yeah, that's not a thing in America, unfortunately. Also, the Democrats won't remove him from office even if he was impeached. He was impeached twice. You're gonna go for the record, go for 3 times. But yeah, I think I made my point in general. Oh, I did see this morning. This is the last thing I'll talk about today. I'm a little bit tired. Jeff Bezos on CNBC. If people want me to pay more billions, then let us have a debate. But don't pretend like that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. Airbnb isn't causing high rents. What's causing high rents is government intervention.
Elizabeth Warren has made this point repeatedly. I think she's made it in reference to you and others. Are able to pay a lower tax rate, even though you're paying an enormous sum in taxes, a lower tax rate than maybe I am.
These people sometimes say that I don't pay taxes. So true.
Man, he looks old. He looks rough. Maybe it's all the souls that he's sucked out of people's lives.
Billions of dollars in taxes. And it's a perfect, again, if people want me to pay more billions, then let's have that debate. But don't pretend, that that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you. So you can't connect those two things, not logically. There are more examples. Why is rent expensive?
Like, why not? He has to explain why it wouldn't. Right? Because the government has programs that helps people pay their rent. Why would more money going into those programs not help that person? He has to explain that, no?
Why is rent so expensive? I recently saw somebody blamed it on Airbnb. Okay, Airbnb is not the cause of expensive rent. In fact, it's been almost, let me finish here 1 sec. It's already been outlawed in New York City, and rents are still very high. So we know Airbnb isn't causing high rents. What's really causing high rent is government intervention.
Oh, he's thinking like he's doing like abundance. Government bureaucracy intervention to stop people from building and him making more billions of dollars. That's what the issue is. He's just doing abundance. But if governments just stopped regulating things and just walked back regulations, deregulated, then more people would just build. And then with more people build, there'll be more houses. And if there are more houses, then rents would naturally come down due to free market economics or whatever. I don't understand how anyone believes that. He doesn't believe that. It just makes him money. You know what I mean? Like, it's that simple. It just makes him money. It makes him and his ilk money. No, I think that was interesting. But yeah. I think I made my point. Boys finale today. Yeah, I watched it on stream. Not like on stream, but like I had to finish watching it while I was streaming because I had to start stream. So I watched it like the first 30 minutes on my phone. Also, this video has been in my head. Thoughts? I want to talk about my thoughts here. I don't want to do spoilers here. I may talk about my my thoughts on my second channel, where like, you know, it's away from like people who haven't seen it. But I do have thoughts. This is a funny clip though. This is my favorite clip of Drake thing I've seen. It's been in my head all day. All day. I hate it because it has me singing a Drake song. I don't know what song it is. I don't know what album it's from. Right? But I just walk around seeing this, singing this all day.
On the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they dead.
Manish on the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they're dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head? This nigga sucks!
On the beach,
Yeah.
shebang. All of my
It's
ops,
so
they dead.
good.
Manish on the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they're dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head? This nigga sucks!
What? We don't want the AABA rhyme scheme? We don't want the AABA rhyme scheme? Wait, no, it's ABA, ABAA. That's a stupid rhyme. It's even worse. Wait.
On the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they dead.
Manish on the beach,
No, it's AB.
shebang. All of my ops, they're dead.
No, it's ABCB. That's even worse.
On the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they dead.
Manish on the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they're dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head? This nigga sucks!
On the beach.
That's so funny. Yeah, I saw the thief allegations. I saw 3 different thief allegations. 3 different artists came out saying Drake stole my beat. Drake asked me for a beat. Right? I sent over a bunch of beats. Didn't hear back from him. I listened to this song. My beat's there. 3 separate times? Really? 3? Burglary, burglary, burglary. Thief. Guards. Classic OVO crossover, true. Bro, I keep seeing it. I keep seeing this guy. I literally just opened my Twitter up again.
Shout out to Cherokee D and Scott Black, cause they was at my birthday when I was searching big booty ebonies.
This nigga almost 40. Still gooning. It just don't stop with him. It just get cornier and cornier. He just name dropped two adult film stars in a rap song and talking about because they were at my birthday party when I was searching for big booty ebonies. Jeez, this nigga suck.
That's so funny. Yeah, I'll show this one first. Like, In the Dirt is also getting mad at like Fantano or whatever.
I hate this dude. Like, I
Honestly, this is white on white crime. White on white crime. Nobody's talking about white on white crime. Counting or not counting white or white violence, chat.
I hate this dude. Like, no, actually, I don't just hate this dude. I hate all of these dudes.
Counting or not counting white violence.
They all suck, bro. Like, this guy's a loser. Like, and also what's crazy, he gives Drake a light too, right? And he's just doing it. There's no way anyone who knows anything about music, production, and he's only doing it just because he knows it'll get a rise out of people. Everyone's waiting to hear Fantano's review of Drake. But I got to ask you guys a question. Are you really going to take the advice of a dude on hip-hop when they grew up looking like this? This is a photo of this dude as a teenager or as a preteen, whatever it is. Did this guy look like he's into hip-hop? This dude looks like a school shooter, bro.
Like,
this dude
I'm sorry. You can't be a white guy in hip-hop policing other white guys in hip-hop. You know what I mean? Leave that to the black people. Let us do that. Let us bully Fantano for his stupid mohawk as a kid. You know what I mean? Like, you're a tourist. You're a tourist here too. Bro, you don't see me going to Japan being like, you don't belong here to like a white guy. You know what I mean? To be fair, white people do that to black people in Japan as well. But like I'm a tourist. When I go there, I'm not gonna tell other tourists that they don't belong. You take it too far, it's like Kevin Hart's roast. They just don't get it.
looks like one of those columns.
I haven't seen Kevin Hart's roast. I watched FT's video on it tomorrow. I just haven't seen it.
Kids. You know, the fact that there's like a 20-minute collage of this guy saying the N-word with the hard ER is actually kind of adding up. It's actually kind of adding up. Really what people need to pay attention to is how freely he was saying the N-word. It just seemed to roll off the tongue for him. It was very natural, which more than likely means this was a word he probably heard.
Like, it's weird for a white guy to like use another white guy's passive saying the N-word against him to defend a pedophile rapper, for being entirely honest. Like, you're a tourist. What does white man care? I don't know. Like, is he thinking he's defending our honor here? Like, coming after Fantano? But like, when he's like out here being like, I think it's actually sick that Drake is out here saying the N-word 37 times for the 37 years old that he's been. Like, you don't get to say that when this is you.
This was the funniest thing I ever saw in reference to people breaking down shit in my life. Genuinely, like, hands down, this is probably the funniest thing I'll ever see in my life.
And what's also really clever here is that Drake is 37 years old, and he says the N-word 37 times on this track. And I believe his reasons for doing this is he's basically saying the word for every year that he's been alive to symbolize that he was indeed born black. And what's also really clever here is that Drake is 37 years old, and he says the N-word 37 times on this track. And I believe his reasons for doing this is he's basically saying,
like, I'm sorry, that's so funny. This video by a white guy on 7 levels of rappers everyone says is spot on. This is 4 million views. Jeez Louise. Anyway, honestly, we'll put it on the docket for tomorrow. This does sound interesting. Put it on the docket for tomorrow.
the word for every year that he's been alive to symbolize that he was indeed born black.
Bro, okay, so joke aside, right? That's the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. And that's some shit that you can only get from a white hip-hop fan.
Crazy reach.
That's some shit that you can only get from a white hip-hop fan, genuinely.
True.
Y'all remember when Miles Morales came out, right?
Exaggerated swagger?
Exaggerated swagger of a black
Yeah!
dude?
Exactly.
Like, certain things only can come from white voices. And so, I don't hate the fact that that happened, but it's hilarious. Or that type of idea, I feel like, can only come from a white brain. I'm being dead ass, being 100% honest with you, right? That's funny. It's also concerning.
I can't laugh at that. I'm not laughing at that. I'm not laughing at that. I would never. I would never. I would never laugh at such a thing. That would be crazy.
Sean,
that would be crazy.
She's my princess.
Bell B, thank you for the 4 months.
Subscribed.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Anyway, I just wanted to show you all that because, like, oh, maybe we'll do more Drake looking at like, Drake stuff tomorrow. But like, some of the reactions to the album are so funny. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday. I don't know. I won't be here Sunday, and I might not be here Friday. We might do Saturday Fun Day, or Thursday Fun Day. I want to do a fun day though. I want to do something after all of the days we've had so far. The streams have been doing relatively well recently. I want to do something fun. Sure, now you try not to laugh. That's pretty funny speed clip.
Jesus Christ, bro, what the fuck?
To be fair, like, John C is the biggest Drake hater that I think I've seen. Besides Kendrick, of course. This is the Carter 4? I didn't listen to this, so I don't know. That's a good question.
All right, bro. I'm Lucky. We about to do Lucky. We about to do Lucky. I'm just stunned. I'm just in shock. I'm stunned. I'm in shock. Y'all gotta understand.
He actually gives Drake grace often. Drake is
well,
no choice but to hate.
To be great.
That's fair.
Put his best foot
That's
forward.
true.
You know what I'm saying? Put out the best material. You know, I don't want him to go down without a fight, but holy fuck.
I think just in a world full of Drake glazers, someone with a little bit of critique seems like a Drake hater. You know, there are too many Drake glazers out here.
I never expected no shit like that, bro. I never expected nothing like that.
You think he put out 3 albums at once because he knew they were all bad? It was like one will stick. I think I heard that like he had like it was on a contract with UMG to do 3 more albums, and he just like turned them all out. I don't know if that's true or fake news or whatever. So I'm gonna choose to believe it.
Anybody that's in here for Drake, Let's see if Lucky can save us. Lucky has a
the wrong
20
one.
song album.
The wrong clip. I'll watch this one more time. I think it's funny.
On the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they dead.
Manish on the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they're dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head? This nigga sucks!
On the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they dead.
Manish on the beach, shebang.
It's so good. I watch every time I get on the timeline. True.
I wanna be your man.
You still on this shit, my nigga?
How?
You do not love the hoes this much. Fuck. Don't let nobody tell you different hoes be cool as shit, but not like this. God damn.
Get back to that. This doing shit you could have kept it on the laugh. Hit a nigga doing laughs.
Is he trying to like come out like Kendrick? Like try to emulate his style? It sounds like this. I have not heard a single thing besides what I've heard on like clips. Just go West Coast. I didn't want to call it West Coast because this isn't West Coast, bro. I don't know what this is. This is not West Coast.
Damn. Hey Drake, for your sake, I hope they play this in LA. I hope they play this on the West Coast. I really do. Cause if not, you gonna look ridiculous. Please, y'all gotta spin this. All my West Coast DJs, please just spin this one crazy.
I probably should have walked away. I found my.
What are these albums? What is happening?
Princess laying in the bathroom, she got too lit.
Found my princess laying in the bathroom, she's off the shit.
I wanna be your man.
You still on this?
Okay. Even better. Oh my goodness, y'all gonna keep me here forever.
Listen up, it's about to be smoke.
Stop. You cannot tell me Drake cares about anything he's putting out. You cannot tell me that Drake cares about a single thing he puts out in this album or any of the albums.
Listen up, it's about to be smoke. Ain't nothing but some shit I wrote about a rich ass nigga that's deep.
So it's better with the Fresh Prince. But what's the original song? I can't listen to this without listening to the original song. To be entirely fair.
Yeah.
Wait, stop. Sorry, YouTube chat. You gotta go. For those of you who are still here. Much love. Wait, I missed the $5 super chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't watch YouTube chat. I'm sorry. It happened at 10 a.m. That was like hours ago. Like, sorry. Thanks, Maggie. You're the best. Much appreciated. Okay, bye, YouTube chat. Ever